Good evening, everybody. Tonight we will be doing Shadowrun Hong Kong. I just need to sort myself out as far as titles and such are concerned, so bear with me a quick moment while I get that taken care of. Alright. I guess I should open the game. Where did it go? Alright, in case you haven't noticed, I really like this game. I will talk a little. I know usually my introductions take a while, and I will do my best to be respectful of the time. I do like giving people a minute to get it, especially with games like this which are story-based. I do like to give people a chance to, you know, come in and not miss too much of the narrative. But it also occurred to me, I speak in brief about the game and some of the things I like. I talk about how I backed it on Kickstarter. But it's actually been a while since, it's been a while since it came out, and the first time I streamed it, I didn't have the gaming PC, and I didn't, I was still streaming on the Mac. I didn't have a good internet connection, or actually maybe I did at that time. It's definitely very, very different, and it's taken me a while to get through it. Not because I don't enjoy it, but actually maybe that's worth talking about. But let me just take a quick second here and say welcome to Jesse Quill and OCS1 Spectre. How are you both doing? Jesse Quill, did the alert come up? I don't think I heard anything about you hosting me. Which is a shame. And actually, seeing as both of you are here, I'll maybe cut the introduction a little bit shorter, but I also want to give you a chance to hear this, this lovely introduction music. So anyways, I'm a very, very big fan of this series. I did play a little bit of the tabletop Shadowrun. I think I played 3rd edition, possibly 4th edition. I know there had been a new edition released when I first kind of got introduced to it. Really upgraded art program, really looked solid. And the problem is I don't have a lot of opportunities to do tabletop role-playing. Now, Jordan Weisman, the sort of creator of Shadowrun, also of BattleTech, and a lot of actually very cool things, including a company, I hope I get this right, I believe it's 42 Entertainment, and they were responsible for a lot of alternate reality games that would come up in promoting things. So I think they might have done AIs. I believe they did one for Halo, and probably the one that I became aware of the company for was the promotion for Nine Inch Nails album Year Zero. How you doing, T. Clark? So just one of these kind of entrepreneurial figures, there's definitely the very sort of superstar kind of ones, like let's say Elon Musk or something like that. But Jordan Weisman actually is really interesting because creative businesses are very difficult. I don't think anybody really goes into these kinds of entertainment things to get rich, and yet he has this very consistent, very interesting track record at creating valuable properties, valuable IP, and Shadowrun had not necessarily been dealt with. I think as a property it actually had gotten slightly better treatment than most in terms of games. I think on average, if you were to randomly put your hand into a bin and take out a Shadowrun game, you'd actually be pretty happy about it. But with that in mind, I think a lot of people were a little frustrated with the first-person shooter. I didn't play it. I didn't even know about it until the promotion came out. But basically, he's got a company, Harebrained Schemes. They bought the rights for Shadowrun, and they made, what is now a fairly standard CRPG style, the sort of thing that you might play, let's say, with Baldur's Gate. And then I think it was one of the Kickstarter sort of stretch goals was to vote on the next sort of the next location for some DLC. This resulted in Shadowrun Dragonfall, which is probably one of my favorite stories that I've played, and some of the sub-stories were absolutely fantastic as well. And so when the time came for Shadowrun Hong Kong, it was a very obvious choice to back it. And I think they did something very interesting with that campaign, which was there's a lot of early access stuff which you can very honestly think, you know, these people are never going to finish it, especially the ones that are not necessarily very profitable. So what Harebrained Schemes did was they said, you know, well, this is obviously a viable property. We've made 2 very successful games off of it. So we're putting the money up to make the game. But what we want to do is we don't have the budget to make the game that we have in our heads. And so we're going to go to the Kickstarter community who's been very supportive of us in the past. And, you know, we want you to kick in a little bit extra for, you know, for these extra features of the game. I think that was an exceptional way to do it. And I mean, we have a better matrix for that. There's a lot of things that are better in this game than in the previous ones. Specifically because I think they did sort of crowdfunding the right way. It would be very weird for them to go and say, we want to have a full financing for a new Shadowrun game. Because in this case, like, it's obviously viable. I mean, there's a certain point where you want to say, I'd like to see the developers. I'd like to know that the people who are going to be collecting the money actually have some stake in the property, right? And they did exactly that. They said, the game's going to happen regardless, but let's take this to the next level. And the result is extremely satisfying so far. I don't know if I can say it topples Dragonfall because I haven't gotten to the end yet, but I'm not going to get to the end if I don't hit play. So let's head along. Anyway, the job is done. Right or wrong, you gave Tigeth right the data he was looking for and got paid for it. Although admittedly, it was a pittance compared to what you were promised. A job's a job though, hey-oi, and further work awaits. Thank you everybody for the tweets, by the way. I do apologize. I do apologize for the one, the lack of attention, but also the you know, the long time it takes me to get going. I kind of like to ground. I mean, so this is the big thing, right? Gaming has definitely been a very social experience for me. How you doing, Jeff? You've been looking at the card. I didn't even know there was a card game. So gaming's always been a very social experience for me, which is one reason why, I mean, this is one reason why I really like doing streaming, is because it's an opportunity for me to share games and topics that I'm very interested in. I think the team's going to be in Kindly Cheng's parlor, but it's going to take a minute to look around. But the other thing, so there's a certain degree of fandom which, you know, you care about things, you know, who's directing this movie of a comic book that you really like, or, you know, what actor is going to play your favorite character from a book, or, you know, what's going to happen in the next season of, you know, your favorite TV show or something like that. And to me, so, you know, there are some things I really love about gaming, and I really like about the process of making them and learning about the people who make them, but there's also some things that can be very negative about them. And so one of the things that I really like, and it, you know, in addition to, you know, the fact it gives me a little bit of lead-in material to sort of try and let people not miss too much of the story, I don't really like sitting down and kind of condemning a bad developer, right? There's so many people who just abandon properties and, you know, just take the money, and it's like, oh, well, that, I mean, it's not necessarily that they profit off of it. Maybe they just want to cut their losses or something like that. But I think there's a certain, you know, if you take somebody's money, there's a certain point where you know, I think you should put in a little bit more effort to complete it, to deliver the product. Than, let's say, if you just started some venture on your own and, you know, you found out you know, you're running out of money, so you know, you called it quits. This is, I mean, in many ways, just something it's almost like an arbitrary rule that I've just kind of assigned, but I mean, it's just the environment that we live in. You meant the pen and paper game. Okay, gotcha, OCS Spectre. It's an interesting one for sure. I have a starter kit for a newer edition. I haven't gone... Again, I'm trying to save money where I can, so I haven't quite gone in and bought a full rulebook. Although I'll admit this game is doing a very good job of making me want to play tabletop Shadowrun. Although, I mean, again, there's also the question of finding people. I'll try and do some dialogue, and maybe we can talk about some of the things surrounding game development while I do it, because I did promise appreciation of story at the top. Oh, looks like we don't have any more dialogue options there. Sorry, Jess, I know you like it when I do his voice. I think we might have actually exhausted our dialogue options, so if so, I'm just going to do the next mission. And if not, I'll cover the dialogue that I haven't done yet. Whenever you go into the bar, it's very important to zoom in so you can appreciate the detail of the artwork. Nope, nope. Come on, lean over. By the way, it's something worth mentioning. The reason why I specifically tweeted... So there's a couple of things. I tweeted out John Everest, one, because I'm very... I'm very self-interested, and he's actually very kind in dropping a like on the tweet that I put out about Shadowrun. But more importantly, too, actually, I'm very excited. I've very specifically put more money into this product because of his soundtrack. I in fact remember when I got to listen to the Dragonfall music, and I was incredibly stoked to play the game. And I even, I did a countdown at the start when I started playing this for the first time to play one of my favorite tracks off of the soundtrack. And it's been like this for all of the games. And on top of that, I mean, I'm a little ashamed of myself that I didn't get a chance to try, or I didn't get to back BattleTech during the formal Kickstarter. But I did back it. I did sort of back it during, you know, their post-Kickstarter. You know, they gave you a way of backing the project after the fact. And I'm particularly excited for that one because the talent is apparent. I mean, you guys have been hearing this for the hours that I've been playing the game. But, I mean, the one thing is that when you have something like Shadowrun, there's a lot behind it, right? You want to make sure that you've realized that world, and of course you've got 2 games under your belt now. So there's a few themes, and I'm certainly not worn out of kind of the themes and style of Shadowrun, but it would be the first opportunity for me to hear, at least so far as I can tell. I haven't followed his work as closely as I'd like to say I have. But I'd really love the opportunity to actually see his hand at the BattleTech style, which is, you know, this feudal future with, you know, 20 to 100 ton killing machines and great houses and mercenaries. It's a gorgeous looking game too. So I'm really interested just in sort of seeing these more formally martial themes being brought up. Whatever it is, I know. I mean, it's one that I'm gonna want to. I'm pretty much gonna have the soundtrack running on repeat in my, if it's any indication of the Shadowrun games. That's why you buy the deluxe edition, friends. All right. The MTR doors open as you approach. Travel to the Shangri-La to kidnap Rooster Lowe. So I've actually more or less, it's a shame because all of these characters are really interesting, but I think I've more or less got my team down. So it's actually kind of the way I've sort of played Duncan is I'm very distant with him compared to where I think the game would normally want you to be with your brother or adopted brother. Mechanically, so I mean, the way that I've sort of responded to him in terms of the dialogue, it's appropriate that I don't really bring him on a lot of runs, but also because as a security specialist, you more or less has the same set of skills that I have. It doesn't really commend him to the team. So I've learned every time I haven't brought a Decker in Shadowrun Hong Kong, I've always regretted it. And I mean, I played a Decker in Dragonfall. I really love the character of the Decker. My one complaint about it was it always sort of felt like they stayed behind and never had as much risk in the run as you'd sort of like. And I mean, I know there's stuff like Black Ice, but it always kind of felt like they got it a little bit easier. Although, I mean, that's something you could also probably turn into role-playing, right? The level of resentment that comes through on towards somebody like the Decker. I don't really know how often that's explored. I quite like Gaiku. I like the character and I like the abilities, but again, I'm fairly combat heavy already. The Shaman, I mean, it's nice to have a formal healer, and it's a magic game, so obviously I want to have some kind of magic. And so now I'm left with one person for my crew. So we've already eliminated Duncan. We can say, well, we can have a rigger, which is going to give us additional technical skills, which means that we've got a full complement. We've already got some pretty heavy hitters. Isabel's actually fairly good with her gun. 71 is a very strong combat roll. Gobbet I usually don't use for combat as much, but she is able to summon spirits, and so that can give me some extra firepower. And so the question is, do I really want somebody who's melee focused and has the potential of maybe being gunned down if I get into a bad position? Or do I want Ractor, who's going to give me some more options in terms of technical abilities? He's got his drone, Koshai. And somebody who's actually not so bad at combat himself. And the drone is pretty good at melee combat. So in this case, you know, Gaiku's a little dominated by Ractor, and if I've already eliminated Duncan from the consideration, this is more or less the crew that I want to run with the whole time. Uninvited guests. A tangle of marine decorum, restless lights and ambrosial scents mingle atop a floating quay to accent the Shangri-La Aberdeen Harbour's premier dining location. With competitive views of the surrounding bay, the restaurant attracts a steady crowd of tourists and Wujing personnel. The primary moneyman for the 289's, Chung Sing Rooster Low, is enjoying a rare meal outside the Triad-held territory. Intel says he set up one of the restaurant's private dining rooms, but he's not alone. Set up in one of the restaurant's private dining rooms, but he's not alone. Rooster keeps a personal bodyguard, a notorious orc called the Talon, in addition to his regular security detail. You've seen photos of the Talon's handiwork, bodies so battered it's hard to tell where one bruise ends and the next begins. Your mission: locate Rooster, extract him from the Shangri-La, and deliver him to your client alive. Simple, fast, low profile. Of course, even the simplest runs can go sideways. Hey, Captain Ragtag. Oh, I guess I'll look at my karma. I always kind of hold off a little bit on doing that, but let's see what we can do. Johnny Big Time, thank you very much for that host. I'm sorry that you're not getting the alerts tonight. Let me see if I can refresh that. I'm not going to spend too much time, but let's see what we can do. Close enough. Alright, I'll get the shoutouts out of the way, but I promised some gameplay, so we'll get a little bit underway, and then we will be shouting out both Jesse Quill and Johnny Big Time. So, my focus... Ah, that's a really, really good point, Jesse Quill. This is why you mod for me. Alright, so we did put a little bit into Charisma. I think we could... Ooh, interesting. So I could actually get another level of that, but I don't know... I don't really know if that's quite the best use. I can put some more points inside of quickness for ranged combat, but I mean at this point this is just improving my accuracy and I'm already fairly strong on that. Dodge would be fairly decent damage mitigation, but I kind of think we can do better. Body's not a bad one because I would be putting some more points into I would be putting some more points into HP, so that's not so much damage mitigation, so much as just allowing me to soak up some more. Don't have a major reason for strength because I usually go by by range control for this guy. Intelligence is not necessarily bad for the biotech, but I'm sort of covered elsewhere on that. Again, willpower, not the most convincing. So I mean, really, it's either quickness, body, or charisma. You know what? I'm learning my way on the streets. So I could say academic, socialite, security, or corporate. Let's try socialite. Hey, Kaylee Cakes, how you doing? Sorry, I actually just saw your message while I was going through the cast. If you're here for a while, we might change things up a little bit. But I feel like I have a bunch of shoutouts to do because I've also got Blog and Tea. How you doing, Blog and Tea? Actually, I tried doing later Friday casts to try and do something a little more story-oriented. So I know this isn't exactly The Wolf Among Us or something like that, but it's definitely a very story-based game. I think you'll actually like this, Blog and Tea. Okay, guys, so I'm getting a bunch of people, especially for the new people who are in here. I'm sorry, we're gonna have a little bit of a delay on gameplay, but I want to do a bunch of shoutouts here because there are some really outstanding casters in chat right now, and some of them may not necessarily be here for as long as I'd like. So let's start off with Jesse Quill, who started off hosting me. Jess, if I could get you to do these shoutouts, including your own, I would greatly appreciate that. Jesse Quill is probably the most experienced and well-established out of all of us here. She is somebody who's one of the first follows that I had, definitely the source of the best advice that I've been getting for streaming, and I actually have some pretty exciting news for this cast, which I can't tell you about today. I am not the kind of person who likes to announce things before they are done. But it's gonna be, to me, it's gonna be very good. And in fact, this also sort of relates a little bit to something that Kaylee Cakes is kind of, I don't think she realizes put a little bit of a fire under me to start doing. But it's something I'm gonna be really excited to announce, and I think it's gonna be something that you guys find interesting. Maybe it's not necessarily something that you'll be like head over heels over. But anyways, Jessie Quill was somebody who, again, was another big influence on pushing that. She definitely encouraged me to talk a lot, to sort of play to my strengths. She's given me a lot of encouragement on and off cast. She has listened to me countless times through the late night, either when I'm feeling like God's gift to casting or the exact opposite. She's an incredibly talented caster in her own right. She's a deeply empathetic and a very... I was going to say across the board very talented entertainer. She's fun to watch, she's funny, she's very smart. She's able to cover psychology and social justice issues. She has given some of the best smackdowns of trolls that I've seen. She's put up with absolute nonsense from me inside of her cast. I cannot help but give some of the strongest shoutouts that I can to her because she's been a very big feature of Twitch to me. And both as a viewer and as a streamer. And I really think if you guys like games like this, she's been doing Dishonored, she's been doing Bioshock, she's somebody who's very much in tune with the stories of the games as she is with the actual gameplay. Next up, we've got Johnny Big Time. Johnny Big Time is another person who I really like. Actually lives fairly close to Jessie Quill, it turns out. He was very gracious in giving me some cooking advice while I was busy burning down my kitchen. He's a little bit of a smaller caster, especially when we compare it to Jessie Quill, but we're all smaller casters compared to Jessie Quill. I mean, she's really the one to beat when it comes down to that. Johnny Big Time is a really good-natured, really interesting variety caster. Everything that he plays, I kind of want to wind up stealing for my own casts. He is just an outstanding entertainer in his own right, and somebody who... Like, I'm starting to actually make a few commitments in terms of playing certain styles of games. So like for Blog and Tea, I need to do more story games. For Johnny Big Time, I need to do Dark Souls. For Kaylee Cakes, I need to do first-person shooters. And for Jessie Quill, I need to do Shadowrun. So I'm really starting to oh God, Jessie Quill, I didn't even mention your modding. I'll have to put that in the next shout-out. But I mean, Johnny Big Time is somebody who actually kind of makes me want to be a better caster and a better entertainer just through seeing the way that he so effortlessly jumps through all of these different games that he plays. and he kills it every single time, whether he's playing The Division or whether he plays for, you know, he's been doing Watch Dogs lately. He did Soma, he did The Evil Within. Every time I go in there, I just have a big smile on my face. I mean, I remember doing Skyrim and having a lot of fun and telling a lot of jokes during that. And then I watch Johnny Big Time do Skyrim, and I'm like, I can't hold a candle to that. Next up, we're getting near the end. We got 2 more to go. We've got Kaylee Cakes, an absolute sweetheart, a little bit of a newer caster, but growing very, very rapidly. I believe is just over 800 follows now. Got hit with some very, very bad news, but took it absolutely in stride, did not let that drag her down. She was back casting shortly after that. She herself has been very encouraging in terms of the stream here, but I also give a big recommendation for her because you can really get a good idea in terms of what you know, well, basically, if you like watching kind of communities grow and people who are in the formative stages of their casting, Kaylee's a great example of that. She's a baker by trade, and once she hits some certain follow milestones, you have a probability of winning cookies, which is really good. But she's also done a very good job of sort of getting these interesting partnerships. So she does a lot of sort of these, you know, mystery boxes that you can order and things like that. She's done a very good job of sort of reaching out and getting these partnerships with groups. She does a very good job of sort of positioning the value, and it's a skill that I sort of wish I had myself. So she has a very good sense in terms of both halves of the streaming thing. And I mean, it's easy to ask, you know, like to do like commercial things on Twitch. But I really like the fact that she does so in a very natural and a very, like, it's a non-scummy way. It's sort of like, when I look at her doing these unboxings, like, most of the time these are things that she's bought herself anyway. And so it's really nice to kind of get that genuineness when she does that. Because normally when I watch somebody do an unboxing, it's just like, okay, yes, I get it. I can give you money through buying a box of crap. But it's like Kaylee Cakes, I think it's just the enthusiasm that she shows on cast. You know, through everything, through the games that she plays and the unboxings that she does. She does a really outstanding job of it. And speaking of people sort of getting earlier on, this is the last shout out. I know that a lot of you are here for gameplay. I apologize for taking my time and getting that up, but the stream is nothing without a community, and these are all people who've really made streaming worthwhile. Blog and Tea is back to casting as well. Blog and Tea is a very story-oriented one. She came to us when we were doing Life is Strange, and it's actually really important. I like giving that kind of shout out specifically because I had done The Wolf Among Us originally, and I was convinced that nobody wanted to watch me do adventure, well, the newer style of adventure game, these story-based ones, because I had nobody watching. And the kind of encouragement that I got from Blog and Tea and Tierney Michaela and Jesse Quill, just the outpouring that came out of Life is Strange, first of all, motivated me to continue on doing that game, but did tell me that there is actually an audience for this stuff and that you guys do want to see that content. So again, it's something that you can never really appreciate as a viewer. But it is actually something that had a very big impact on this stream. And again, it's actually one reason why I like doing games like Shadowrun Hong Kong, because they do a nice job of mixing my interest in tactical style games as well as games with excellent stories. It's actually the biggest reason why the Shadowrun games are among some of my highest recommendations that I can make for video games. So another early caster, all of these 4 casters I strongly recommend. I definitely think you should give them a follow. The best thing that a caster can ever ask for is a chance to entertain you. And I think I've got some of my strongest recommendations among these 4 casters, although I have definitely been very truant from Blog and Tea's streams lately. But all of them are really great people. You've gotten a chance to meet them and to know them inside of the chat, and I can definitely tell you that their personalities are reflected in terms of the cast that they do. And whether they're at the very beginning of their casting journey or whether they're well-established ones, I think these are the people who are actually making Twitch worthwhile for me. So. All right. Stepping into the interior hallway of the Shangri-La, you're confronted by a massive wall of troll, the restaurant's front security. He speaks with surprising elocution. Welcome to the Shangri-La. We strive to provide our patrons with an exquisite dining experience. If you have any questions or require special accommodations, don't hesitate to speak with our staff. Looks like I got my pick of tables. I'm sorry, but this is not a seat-yourself establishment. If you'd like to choose where to sit, I suggest that you make a reservation with one of the private rooms upstairs. He looks you up and down, frowns. Please keep in mind that any disturbances will be promptly de-escalated by our security. We reserve the right to bar service to unruly patrons. Thank you, and enjoy your meal. Thanks. You gotta be professional. No point in announcing you're gonna cause some trouble. The crab was truly amazing. I just wish I didn't have to wait an hour to get it. A waitress swamped with orders is caught unaware by your approach. Oh! Welcome to the Shangri-La, sir. Our hostess will seat you as soon as she gets back. You're welcome to have a wait in the lounge. Alright, thanks. I can't believe they're late again. I'm not ready to wait for the target. I want to at least talk to people. A well-dressed man sits alone at a bar, elbows propped atop the counter. His face is hard, eyes blank. He swirls the contents of his half-empty glass as if in a stupor. Between the swollen eyes and whiskey double, it isn't hard to guess his mood. As you approach, he rubs his temples and graces you with a lazy sideward glance, mumbles under his breath. Yeah, not like I can dig myself any deeper. Rough day? Huh? He looks at you again through dull, bloodshot eyes, but his gaze drifts elsewhere before returning to his drink. It's not a problem at all, Bloggin' very happy birthday to Straight Edge. I've put this up on my channel. Yeah, you know what, Bloggin' I've been really bad at updating the YouTube, so I apologize for that. You know, I regret that I took so long to get on with the gameplay, but I completely understand my hours are not that great for you in Straight Edge. I definitely want to make sure that I put all the Shadowrun stuff online, though, because it is a really well done story, and I think it's one of the things that people would want to actually watch beginning to end. So I'll definitely make sure that I put that on for you. All the best to Straight Edge. It was a lot of fun to have him in the cast during that time, and I'll definitely catch up either your place or mine sometime soon, Bloggin'. I hope you guys have a great time tomorrow. Hey, Straight Edge, there you are. No, not a problem at all, Bloggin'. You've been an absolute delight to have in the channel, so I want to make sure that that's reflected. I mean, if your personality, I was going to say, like, streaming is about personalities for me, right? So if your personality is strong in chat, it's usually an indicator of an exceptional caster, and you're certainly not any exception. All right, happy. I guess if it's 3 a.m. for you, it's birthday day for you. So happy birthday, Straight Edge. Lost 2 contacts. Missed a third, late for a meeting, and publicly shamed by my coworker. All during 9 to 5. New record as far as I can tell. Takes a long pull from his glass and exhales. At least I got that going for me. How did you lose your contacts? Wish I knew. One of them was almost a done deal. For some reason, the client suddenly changed their tune, and the contract slipped away before I could officially close it. The other 2 contracts were for ongoing clients, people I'd worked for years. But somehow I forgot their annual renewal date. A more diligent coworker picked them up. I got no credit for the long-term relationship with those clients. If anything, I now look worse for losing them, even though I brought them to Wujing in the first place. He leans back and lets out a weary groan. His breath reeks of alcohol. This doesn't sit right. You've ever forgotten something as big as a contract renewal before? Never. I was damn good at my job. I keep all my important appointments scheduled weeks in advance on my work terminal. Never missed a single date until now. He slouches forward, shakes his head. The gesture's hasty, as if he's trying to wake himself. I've got a lot of clients. Maybe I just forget to schedule these renewal dates. As a first for everything. Alright, Kayla Cake, see you when you get back. Seems unlikely. What do you mean? Sounds like someone's working against you. You kidding me? Everyone's at each other's throat in this business. He downs the rest of his drink, signals to the bartender. In a single movement, the bartender leans over and refills the glass. Fair, but is there someone who would have benefited most from what's happened to you? Captain Ragtag, are you talking about Straight Edge or Bloggin' Tea? Because one of that half is probably going to have a bit of an issue. He considers this. The newcomer, David. Henry nods his head towards a group at the end of the bar, an elf at its center. Him. He came out of nowhere and has become a rock star with upper management. He's been making connections and deals like a Wu Jing veteran. Like me. That's odd. You're telling me. You want to know what I think? He leans towards you, glassy eyes looking through you to who knows where. The scent of boobs wafts off him. I think he's got family connections. People in high places. He's been using them to his advantage. He backs off and shrugs, rocking precariously on his chair. I don't know, it's just a thought. You might be onto something. Henry grunts and stares into his glass. No. Honest wishful thinking.
Well, I'm going to find out.
David is all smiles. He's just finished a joke to the uproarious laughter of the party. Hello, friend. Trying to get in on this joviality. You're welcome to join us for the next round. His words bleed into each other. This isn't his first drink. Oh, god damn it, I was way too eloquent for that guy. What are we celebrating? My recent successes. There's some hard work and a little businessy persuasion. He winks at you knowingly. I sealed 2 contracts, and the 3rd is on its way. Well, I'll be. That's the exact number of contracts Henry lost today. There's a natural ebb and flow within the business world. He tilts his glass from side to side. The liquid flows back and forth, almost, but never quite, spilling over the ridge. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. I had an up day. Truly sorry to hear that Henry is down. I'm glad you like it, Pyrobama. It seems like there's more at play here. David's smug expression stops. Excuse me. What are you implying? Your coworker over there lost 2 contracts today and is about to lose a 3rd, opposite of your situation, and on the very same day too. Sounds mighty suspicious. Did Henry tell you I stole his contracts? That's illegal, you realize. He makes a disgusted sound and rolls his eyes. He's just angry that he didn't have the wits or motivation to keep those clients under his payroll. His words drip with condescension. Henry didn't say that. I'm saying that. Bold, aren't you? His feet lock into place to control his swing. He looks you straight in the eye. Where's your proof? It's more of a feeling. Then quit ruining my celebration. Get out of here before I sick security on you. These guys are lit. Which do you think would win in a fight? Oh, you should find out. 10 Nguyen on the Mopey one. The rage goes a long way in a fight. Shrugging. At the very least, it'll keep security's hands full. So I think that's the game telling me, it's like, hey, dummy, this is how you create the distraction. Alright, have a good one, Bloggin' Tea, and by extension, I presume, Straight Edge. A heady aroma of spices and spices and sweat bombards your senses. As the cooks move through the kitchen, scents churn in their wake, some sharp, some sweet, some altogether unfamiliar, but all delicious. The chef barks an order to his assistant searing fish and then whirls around, muttering fervently to himself. He stops short once he notices you standing in the kitchen. "I told them I needed an extra server, not a hobo! Shoo!" He gestures towards the door and returns to tasting an array of sauces. Who you calling a hobo? Chef Yan Long. The chef peers over you at you over a mountain of oysters. "No guests in the kitchen! Out!" Hey, the etiquette paid off. "Sorry to intrude, but I need to speak to the head chef."
The service here is absolutely barbaric. I demand to speak with the head chef.
"Aren't you Young Sang-so? Word of your magnificent cuisine has spread even as far as Seattle. It's an honor to meet you in person." His brusque demeanor relaxes. "Ah, a fellow epicure. I suppose I can make time for a fan all the way from, where was that you said? Seattle. That's quite a trip you've made. What is it you need, sir?" "I won't keep you long, just have a question." "Just make it quick. I've got 60 seconds before I have to put these prawns on the boiler." "I'm looking for someone in the restaurant, Mr. Lowe. He's likely in one of the private dining rooms." "Do you have any idea how many orders I prepare?" Frustrated, he makes an exasperated shrug. "I don't know where they go. I cook for them, place them on the counter, and they disappear. Only time I care about who ordered what is when the dish is sent back with a complaint." "I see. Maybe I should ask elsewhere. But if I don't get my answers, I'm coming back." "Please don't." He flings his towel onto his shoulder and shifts his attention to the pot of boiling prawns. "Time's up. Out with you." I wonder if I get security called on me if I keep bugging him. Can I save? The chef spins around from his cutting board, a cleaver clutched loosely in his hand. "You again? Why are you wasting my time?" He waves a knife in your direction. "You want a piece of this? No? Then get out." Point made. Yeah, I should actually be asking Johnny Big Time for the appropriate etiquette in this situation. An open program tracking food orders and their respective tables flickers steadily on the computer screen. AccuServe from Renraku, Shangri-La Restaurant. Let's see, server's notes. Inside the file, a series of notes of guests and the restaurant's operations. You scroll through today's notes. Several servers have written about their concerns regarding tonight's lack of security, and a couple are frustrated with the curious guests wandering up to the second floor's private dining rooms. The rest is useless information. Oh, by the way, Johnny Big Time, I managed to make the case for Jessie Quill to try and burn down her kitchen with an exceptionally hot pan and some cow meat. Apparently she did a really good job. Manager's notice. Nothing but your typical wage slave directives in here. There are a few mentions of curtailing recreational activities in storage rooms on the outer decks. One can only infer the meaning of said activities. I don't know what activities they're referring to, but I have a feeling I'll find out on Remembrance Day. Farther down, a note in red expressly warns that the special guest on floor 2 should be served by approved waitstaff only. And if the guest's orders are botched again, there will be significant and widespread consequences for all servers involved. Let's check the orders. A list containing dozens of orders pops up. Only a handful are for the upper floor's private dining rooms. One note on the second floor order stands out. Floor 2, private room 3, VP party of 5, standard seafood buffet 1, wine sampler 3, crab rangoon 6, 6, Shangri-La prawns 2, surf and turf 1. Note, no prawns, avoid cross-contamination with shellfish. Diner is allergic. Aha! Poison the Talon's food. Enter a new order. A menu pops up with options to view or place orders. Following the menu is a dining room chart that has been broken down into servers zones. A large comp button in the upper right-hand corner has a lock icon over it. It seems people were being too liberal with free drinks. Unfortunately, it looks like you need a server's code to place an order. Alright, well, now we find a server. You know, I think I can probably live with you guys not being able to eat potatoes, but there's a certain point where I say that shame on you for not being able to have borscht! The soup of the motherland. The guard steps forward and raises his hands. Sorry, sir, the area is off limits. Why is that? This is the Wuzheng employee patio, reserved for Wuzheng customers and their guests. General public's not admitted. Why don't you head back to your table? There's ample seating in the main dining room. What if I ask nicely? Will you let me through then? A corner of the guard's mouth cracks into a weak smile. Sorry, but there isn't even not even the mighty please and thank you will help you here. Waitress swamped with orders, caught unaware by your approach. Oh, welcome to the Shangri-La, sir. Our hostess will seat you as soon as she gets back. You're welcome to wait in the lounge. Alright, so nothing I can do about her. You know what? I think chefs are the kind of people who really like to have fans in the kitchen. The chef spins around from his cutting board and with a cleaver clutched loosely in his hands. You again! You're still wasting my time! He waves the knife in your direction. You want a piece of this? No? Then get out! This is important. I heard that one of your private diners throws a tantrum if his special orders are botched. That's a polite way to put it. Gave 2 of my cooks broken ribs and a matching set of black eyes last time he stormed into my kitchen. He waves his hand. Yes, I know that orc! Got a shellfish allergy he's overly keen on hounding us about. As though this wasn't the top seafood restaurant in the 6th world. I need that orc out of my way, and with a couple of shellfish, I think you can help me. What? He balks at your suggestion. After a moment's recovery, he looks straight at you, nostrils flared. Can't possibly be saying what I think you are. You want me to poison a diner? You're deranged. I'm calling security. It'd be kind of cool to do corporate, but money always works. The chef nervously wrings his towel between his hands, stares at the sumptuous plates of food waiting to be eaten. A glance over his shoulders, a shake of the head, and he smiles. A small wry thing. You know, he never appreciated our cuisine, our art. I think his special thanks are in order. See yourself out, won't you? What can I do about these two? New Yorker, eh? Tell me more about this strange land on the east. My audience is filled of Westerners who don't know of these sophisticated Eastern ways. How you doing over here? Swell. He takes a swig. Just fantastic. Alright, you know what? Screw it. Let's start a fight. Hey, I just talked to David. From what he said, it sounds like he stole your clients. Henry's fresh gulp of inebriation erupts from across the countertop. He looks at you incredulous. Sorry, I really should have done the better. What do you mean? It's like you said, he used his contacts, his family to acquire your clients. That cheating? What follows is a long string of slurs, some of which you've never heard before. Whether they're real or the incomprehensible babble of a drunk man is unknown. Bastard! The word punctuates his tirade with an air of finality. His bar tool screeches as he jumps from the seat and marches towards David. Henry and David stand inches away from one another, both men wearing the fiercest expressions they can muster. Let me see your war face! Their hatred is almost palpable. How their confrontation will play out is unclear, but one thing you're certain, you've got a great seat. Henry stabs his finger into David's chest and speaks in a low hiss. You stole my business, and I know it. You might have picked this fight, but I'm gonna win it. Fair and fucking square. Show you how those with integrity operate, you cheat. David's mouth eases into a contented smirk. You want to lose face twice in one day? I'm happy to oblige, but not here. I'll be damned if the Shangri-La bans me for thrashing a worthless crap stain like you on their property. Let's finish this outside. Now. Fine. But I don't think this will be the... I don't think this will give you any sort of advantage. It only means I won't have to hold back. Let's go. Hey, I want to watch the fight too, guys. Come on. Hello, Total E4. The gnarled bar stool offers little in the way of comfort. A quick look around reveals the disparity between the restaurant proper and the bar, the latter of which appears neglected in comparison to the pristine dining room. Old dried drink rags dapple the counter's uneven surface, and angry scratches run down its length. But you've got time to kill before Rooster arrives, and this is as good spot as any to wait. Have a seat and wait. You don't drink on the job. Be a professional, damn it. You live on Australia, Johnny Big Time? The minutes tick away. Rooster should be here any time now. An alarmed waiter in a tussled uniform stumbles into the kitchen. Chef, we've got a problem. A big problem. Cut the drama, Cork Mage. We're working here. That's a really great little insult to give to a sommelier. Cork Mage. We've got a fight out front in a sick diner, and you're still in here glazing dumplings? Our second floor guest is pissed. The head of security is spewing up prawns, and you're looking for someone to blame. Better brace yourself for a mouthful of fists. A howl and several thumps catch the cooking staff's attention. Apprehensive glances are tossed around the kitchen, and fear abruptly confirms as a huge orc bursts into the room. The jagged scar on the orc's cheek matches your client's description of the talon, or it would if the talon's face weren't a lumpy, swollen, seeping mass. Talon's face flushes with anger, or perhaps a side effect of his allergy, and he raises a knobby finger to the room. What is wrong with this place? His swollen lips spit more saliva than sounds. Excuse me, sir. You're holding the kitchen up. If you have questions or concerns, speak to our host up front. He rounds on the chef, shoulders raised in deep disbelief. I've got a concern, all right. A concern regarding the shithouse you call a restaurant. His voice booms.
This is the third time you slapheads have fucked up my order! If I'm regularly forced to choke down your garbage, I expect at least some substitutions to be followed! No! Shellfish! Get it right, or the next time somebody's gonna end up with a whole lot worse than maimed!
Gobbet lets out a small whistle. This lunk's got even more spice than... That's one way to put it. Hey, if Talon's down here, it means he's left the upstairs room unguarded. You're right, let's go while he's distracted. You know, Johnny, as much as you're telling me to kill him really hard, I think you have given my favorite, like, finishing move to a troll before. Oh, sorry guys, all the doors are locked. Guess the game's over. I don't remember, it was like, I think you were playing Dark Souls and you said, I can't believe I didn't see that open door before. And it's like, basically you just said a very simple thing, like to the trolls, like just like, I hate you, but it was just such a deadpan and like, just a complete like, deballing of the guy. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was really funny. I'll see if I can find the clip. Inside the private dining room, you're immediately greeted by the piercing stare of two massive dragon statues. The flickering lights are just bright enough to illuminate their bronze bodies, the effect an eerie illusion of the slithering scales. Across the room stands your target. Chung Sing Rooster Lo stands hands trembling at his sides. A single anxious guard stands near the door. Something has them on edge. The talon's missing. Sweat drips down Rooster's gaunt face. His eyes dart back and forth across the room, trying to size you up, assess the situation. Without support, he appears nothing more than a trapped rooster who, without his talons, is defenseless. In an effort to invoke a sense of authority, he raises his voice. Who are you? What do you want? I'm kidnapping you, idiot. Let's go. See, I feel like giving this information away that he can't be harmed is actually possibly going to give away more than I want, but I prefer it to the other two options. So, I've come to deliver you to my client, Mr. Lo. Don't worry, they've specified that you are not to be harmed. Zhao, where's Talon? Where's the rest of my security? A second passes while his eyes scour the room, and looking for anyone to come to his aid. Never you mind, just get the street champ out of here. Yes, sir. You seem eager for an ass kick. Nah, no Talon, no backup, all alone. You must really like your boss. He glances at Rooster. Not exactly, no. He begins to slowly back towards the door. In fact, you can have him. Good boy. This is it. You can't rely on somebody's... See, if you were in Jessie Quill's stream right now, she would explain how it's much more effective to not to challenge someone's ego in a situation like that. You don't have to have a fight. If you say you must be eager for an ass kicking, then you can at least, you know, give them the promise that they went down fighting and they've got, you know, their pride intact. Whereas here, we said it's like, oh, yeah, you must have a real hard-on for your boss. It's like, actually, no, I'm my own man. Fuck you, boss. That's what them psychologists say, right? No, wait! Spare my life, I beg you, please! Drops a spit splatter from his mouth, his desperation obvious. Jesus, shut up. Listen, Seattle, we may have Rooster, but these stiffs probably won't just, we're probably just a handful of his guards. He could have more downstairs. We can't leave the same way that we came in. If we're gonna get out of here in one piece, we need to find a new exit route fast. And I'm betting this chicken guy knows one. So how about it? Where's the door you used to discreetly make your way in here? Rooster's teeth are clattering inside of his head. His frame shakes uncontrollably. The realization he's at your mercy, with no one left to defend him, is settling in. Tell me where the back door is and I'll let you keep your teeth. Rooster stammers incoherently for a moment, but his words soon catch up with him. It's outside the room, to the right, but that's locked. Doesn't matter, I'm guessing you know a way to open it. He blinks, confused, his shocked mind slowly processing your implication. Yes, I do. He reaches into his coat pocket and withdraws a small key. I'll take that. I have to protect him from all harm. Time to be a scumbag. Unknown caller. Your comlink clicks, a burst of static. The sound clears to reveal a soft voice. 71, is this your channel? No. Who's asking? Name's Pei Long. I'm getaway driver. We have details to discuss, but let's keep it brief. Time's ticking. Another burst of static, and Pei Long continues. I'm at the loading dock across the bridge from the restaurant's main entrance. Big old schooner. Can't miss me. Neither will the HKPF, who've I've just learned are on their way in response to a security call. Well, shit, I'm on my way. One last thing. I may be the driver, but this ain't my rig. Door's locked and I don't know the code. I may have to break in. Good luck and get moving. A click and your comlink is filled with static. Pei Long is gone. A pair of triad gangsters block your path. Men! Help me! The words start pouring out of Rooster's mouth so quickly that they blur together. You free me, get away from here, and I guarantee you'll be rewarded. Nuyen, favors, power, whatever you want! The two guards exchange a look and then turn back to Rooster smiling. Actually, we're liking the position we're in now. You begging at our feet. The idea that maybe, once you're gone, we can move up the chain. You know, Rocco, there's plenty of qualified people to take your seat. In fact, we might as well make sure that you don't make it out of here alive. Rooster looks up at them irate. His fury fizzles on upon spotting the gun's various and ample gutlery. No, why can't I make you... Sounds like you two are about to get her. Let's try and... Well, we've gotten... we've gotten so far by being nice. Easy there, let's not make a scene. We go our way, you go yours. Axer looks you over. No ink, no suits. You one of them runners? Shit, a runner! Don't let him take off with Rooster. He reaches for his run. Oh, okay. All of a sudden, I guess they feel really motivated to defend their boss. Alright, so as usual, we are looking for cover, and then action. I might use Gobbet to... Actually, you know what? Let's start by amping up my guy with Gobbet. Oh, of course. Is there cover I can put her behind that still gets me in line with 71? One thing I think would be absolutely fantastic for this game is if they could implement something like an XCOM, which would actually let you know your line of sight when you move to a certain location. But by and large, it's not too taxing in this game, I find. So I think if I move here, I should have access to both of them, but they're probably both going to be behind some fairly secure cover. I don't want to give up two, so... I mean, it would be great if I could flank this guy, but it's not the best position I could be in, so... both are one. Well, you know what? I think I do actually kind of need to put them... I think I'll put them up here, even though both of them are going to be behind cover. I think it gives my other guys a fairly decent spot. So, suppressive fire! Aw, damn. Alright, Isabel, do us proud, lady. Wow, 67. I think this is worth the shot. There we go. Alright. I really don't like these odds, but I think it's the best I can do right now, so... yeah. Absolutely, Jesse Quill. Psychology is... it's like the, psychology is like the mind science of the social sciences. Yeah, Johnny Big Time, XCOM is a really outstanding game. I feel like it's actually something I should play on cast again. I hope you like it. I mean, it's a strategy game, but I think it's one of the best you could play, to be completely honest. Okay, let's overclock the drone. Oh, come on! Yeah, also an undo move would be kind of nice. Oh yeah, actually, Johnny, I think you might like the, oh, actually, we should do a rip and tear just so we can strip his armor. There we go. And we're gonna put the VIP into a secure place. You might actually like the VODs for that. All right. It would have been cool if we could have taken them out in one turn, but looks like they're wasting their time with my bot. So let's. You're really bad at this, you know. There we go. I actually, so as much as I like to break your balls about psychology, hey, Jack Point over there. Oh, this is good. So I think this is one reason I like exploring games like this. There's usually a payout. Like, for instance, I think there's it's either a dragon line or a spirit I can summon there. As much as I like to give you a hard time about psychology, like so for those of you maybe unfamiliar about this little ongoing story I have with Jess, her background. So some of the courses that she really enjoyed in school were psychology, of which she has a major in, and sociology, which so like I remember reading a good sociology journal, and like I was reading an article, and it's kind of like I was waiting a while, like there weren't a lot of equations, and so I'm kind of like, well, you know, at some point they're gonna go, and like I go through, it's like, okay, now I'm seeing some numbers, this is really good, and like a paragraph later the paper ended, and I was kind of like, oh, this is very different from what I kind of appreciate as a social science. And I further get to play the elitist card because there's currently something known as the replication crisis going on in psychology. So what this is like if you want to get a paper published, which is sort of your lifeblood as an academic, you usually want to have something that's novel, and then it also has to be what's known as statistically significant. And so what this is you have a few different statistical methods that allow you to come up with some evaluations on how likely a particular result was, or how confident you are of making a particular type of error. So for instance, one thing that you are looking to avoid would be a false positive. And there is a thing known as a t-test or a p-value that you can use to sort of use that. Now, the challenge is that p-values have been very much abused as of late. You can sort of see why, right? The more you sort of commoditize a particular type of output, people are going to start focusing on those things. So again, if you get published for having, you know, like a 5% or 1% p-value, all of a sudden you're going to see a lot more papers achieving this. And the problem is that a lot of people took some very major psychology papers and they attempted to replicate the studies. They attempted to redo them with like a new sample or something like that. And they found that they weren't able to get these really important discoveries back again. And so what this has done is it's actually created a bit of a crisis in which they've gone so far as to say that they're abandoning p-values. I think that's, at the risk of using a cliche phrase, I think that's very much throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's a tool just like any of the other tools of statistical inference. But so with that in mind, I mean, economics is certainly methodologically one of the most advanced social sciences that you can get, and of course one of the most modest. But it's also very interesting. So there's a very famous example of a paper known as Reinhardt and Rogoff, known as its authors. Very big paper, one that sort of a lot of people attribute as being sort of the foundation for this effort for governments to sort of justify their austerity measures in response to the global financial crisis. And it was discovered that there was a mistake in the paper, and right down to like data entry, that in an Excel table there had been an error and it completely invalidated the results of the paper. Now what's interesting is, as much as I like to make fun of p-hacking, which is one of the techniques that these psychologists are potentially using to try and get their papers published even though the results are not necessarily true, the big thing is that you could argue that this is science working the way it's supposed to, which is somebody looks at the results and says, I want to make sure that we found something true about the world, tries to get them, and when they fail to get them, the discipline recognizes it and the papers are no longer regarded properly. Now, if you contrast this with the thing that I like to be a bit of an elitist for, when it comes to the, when I like to sort of tease Jesse Quill about psychology. Reinhardt and Rogoff, if you take a look at most papers that have been retracted as a result of this work, you'll usually see a big indicator saying that this paper has been retracted. You don't see it anymore. If you look for the Reinhardt and Rogoff paper, like let's say you go and take a look at the NBER or something like that, you don't really see any indication that this paper has had problems with it. You would find that out through reading a newspaper article or something like that. Now again, it's not to say that psychology is right and economics is wrong. It's just that, I tend to often, especially because, I get along very well with Jess, I'm usually pretty aggressive on like the jabs that I make at psychology and sociology. And there's definitely some cases, I mean, we've talked about them quite a bit. I've tried to do a couple of replications, not necessarily using new data, but using their existing data to say, it's like, well, here's what happens if we say, I don't believe you when you do this step, and you relax the assumption and maybe move it towards something that you could make an argument is a little bit more realistic. And it's amazing how quickly some of these papers just crumble when you do it. A great example of this is like, oh, well, it turns out that if you talk bad about women in a video game, you're bad at a video game. It's like, well, what's the inference being made here? Are you trying to say that me hating women makes me bad at video games, or I hate women because I'm bad at video games? Both of these sound like very strange assertions to make. And as it turns out, they're using this weird distribution, and no robustness checks or something like that in this paper. Gets a lot of attention in the papers, of course, because it's something that everybody deep down wants to believe, right? They want to believe there's some kind of like... I can definitely explain it to you, Pyrobama. And I will get back to gameplay, but yeah, basically... Like in this case, right, are you concerned about the truth, or are you concerned about like impressing your friends at a cocktail party? And it's one of the reasons, like the problem with this, it's one of the reasons why if I were to say to you, well, studies have shown, it doesn't mean anything to you anymore. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be that, hey, I put a lot of time into studying this subject. I feel confident in my ability to analyze it. I can tell you, hey, the American Economic Review published this paper here and it says X. And he was like, wow, that's really interesting. What does this mean? Can we make policy based off of it? Whereas now it's just kind of like, well, they said that because they're a liberal, or, oh, they said that because they're a Republican. Like, it shouldn't matter what somebody's politics are when you are doing an analysis on facts and data in the world. So, oh, sorry, Johnny Big Time. But actually, Pyrobama, Jesse Quill did a good job of this. I'll get back to gameplay after this, but basically, any kind of statistical analysis is going to require a set of assumptions. And the question here is... I think I kind of use the same accent for both of them, though, Johnny Big Time. I mean, there's Silicon Valley Republicans. Not a lot, but there's some. Peter Thiel. Is it Thiel or Teal? Anyways. He's a bit of a scumbag, actually. So p-hacking. Like, so you have to make certain assumptions in order for a statistical analysis to work. You are dealing with the fact that you can't observe every single fact about the world. And you make an assumption in terms of usually the distribution of what are known as the error terms. So you've got the things that you can observe and explain, and should be explaining this phenomenon that you see. And then there's sort of this measure of our ignorance. And the neat thing about probability and statistics is that, you know, you can say there's something that's random, but there is a structure to randomness. And this is, of course, the great beauty of that study and that subject. And so what you do, I mean, so most of the time that you go and do this in an undergrad, it's going to be, you know, there's this cool tool, you type this thing in your statistical program, and the numbers you get out will tell you whether or not you've found your result. In reality, you should actually understand the math behind it and understand why it works the way that it does. And I was once upon a time attempting to do that on this stream before some careless Twitch admin decided to say, oh, you can't do that. That's learning. We don't want learning here. Because, you know, cooking streams on Twitch definitely don't have educational content, right? But in any case, so what p-hacking is let's say that you try to do some analysis. Let's take the example of, you know, people who don't like, you know, people who are misogynists are bad at video games, right? We've got some model that can measure that. And we run the analysis and we say, okay, well that, you know, that didn't give us our result. It's like maybe we can add a couple of extra variables, or maybe we take a couple of variables out, or maybe we change the distribution of this of the random element. You know, maybe we say it's not normally distributed, but we use what's known as a negative binomial distribution. You don't need to know what these distributions are, but normal distribution is a very standard basic assumption that you will learn in a first year statistics class. Whereas the negative binomial distribution is a very actually, sorry, it wasn't a negative, it was a Poisson distribution. It is used in a very specific set of circumstances which were not well justified by that paper, and it actually has a particular problem which is known as over dispersion. But it gave them their 0.5 or 0.05 p-value or less. And once I did this test, I said, like, okay, well, let's see if the problem that's displayed by the Poisson distribution exists. It did, so I'm like, okay, here's how you correct for that. And again, as soon as I did that, the results vanished. In fact, anytime I started messing with that distribution, even the slightest bit, the results went away. So what this researcher did, rather than actually find out and ask the question, hey, is it the case that people who are misogynists are bad at video games and this has been caused because of their misogyny, or their, being bad at video games causes misogyny, which is even more ridiculous. Or are they more ridiculous, or are they just equally ridiculous? I don't know how to measure that. But basically what they did was they really wanted to get this conclusion, so they just kept running it over and over and over again until finally they got something that gave them that magical p-value, that threshold that we have used traditionally to sort of say that, okay, we're fairly confident in this kind of result. And I mean, the big thing here, right, is if you try and keep repeating on a 0.05 probability event, at some point it's going to come up, right? It's no longer a test of 0.05. It's a test of, well, you can do a distribution and find out exactly how often that's going to happen. I can even do that calculation if you want. But it's not, again, it's basically, why are you even bothering to do a statistical analysis if you've already decided what your conclusion is going to be, is what this all comes down to. So again, there is a certain process of discovery, right? Usually data doesn't come out of the sky fully formed and perfect for us. And you need to work through it. I can remember a lot of times I've gone through a paper and it hasn't, the first regression I've run has not given me what I was looking for. but I'm always very careful to be honest with myself and to say, it's like, okay, did I do this because I'm chasing those little magical stars that let you say you found the p-value that you wanted? Or do I think this is a reasonable, you know, move to do? And if I've moved somewhere else and I'm doing part of this exploration, what are some of the cases? I mean, I had a great thesis advisor who would have called me out on any bullshit I tried anyway. But, you know, I would usually sit down and I think, it's like, well, what would Francesco ask me? You know, how would I convince him, a really, really nice guy, but a guy who is incredibly sharp in terms of being able to, you know, to identify the truth of a paper or a place where something needs to be worked on. And I've seen academics try and get stuff by him. He, you know, he catches it all. I'd say it's like, how would I convince him that what I have found is the truth? And it would be nice if more people did that, but I mean, everybody's got to make a living, I guess. So some academics decide to behave dishonestly. So. Anyways, have Isabel jack in. Now that we've learned about P hacking, let's just do the regular hacking. Uh-oh. The Talon bursts out of the Shangri-La, nearly tearing the doors off from their hinges. Despite the fleshy lumps that have transformed his face into an unreadable swollen mess, his rage is clear. At the sight of the Talon, you can see Rooster's body relax. His voice cracks. Talon! I'm over here! I've got weapons trained on me, can't move, save me, and we'll get out of here. Take this incident straight to the top. They'll herald a survival. Reward us! Through leaking eyes, the Talon homes in on the Rooster.
You little shit! Dragging me to this restaurant over and over, making me eat filth, washing stuff your goddamn face full of it. And now here you are, turned to traitor and blank.
Rooster is trembling with fear or anger. Or both. He raises a shaky finger and points it at the Talon. You can't speak to me that way. You're beneath me. I'm still a red pole, and when the Triad comes for me, I'll see you flayed for those words. The laugh punches the air. The Talon's lips curve into a clumsy smile, eyes gleaming.
You'll get sent from the Tudor ignores. In fact, if your new allies don't gut you, the Triad will. Make sure you don't go squawking to anybody about high-level plans or secrets or whatever. I feel like you won't last a night.
Rooster's fake bravado melts away. Eyes wide, he looks desperately around him, trapped like a mouse in a snake's coils, enemies to each side. His voice is small, pleading. Talon, Johnny, please, please help me. Wasn't all bad, right? We had some good runs, you remember? Panic shakes him. I had no choice, Johnny. I was forced to surrender. But if you help me get out of here, I can see to it that you're rewarded, even promoted. How would you like that? Without hesitation, Talon steps forward and spits on the ground.
The hell with you, you spineless big pussy! I knew you didn't even put up a fight! You just rolled over and played captive! Coward! I'm gonna enjoy planting a bullet in your soft, warrior skull!
He readies his weapon. Alright, so for those of you who are on the fence about the Shadowrun games, I recommend you actually play them in order. Shadowrun Returns is a really good game, but it was also, it very much reflected the fact that that was the effort, kind of the first effort that they made on the Shadowrun series, and everything since then has been building on that. So of course, if you play Hong Kong and then you go back to Dragonfall and Shadowrun Returns, you're going to see some features go away, which make the game really good. So the thing that was added in Hong Kong that just made me fall in love all over again was the fact that you now have this matrix, which is real time, and the way the levels are designed, and just this whole like trying to avoid the drones looking for me, it's actually really effective in terms of just kind of creating this you know, this world of the Matrix as I kind of imagine it when I read all this. Ah! God damn it! All right. Alright, you only YOLO once, Isabel. Don't screw this up. You screwed up, Isabel. Oh, you really screwed up. I should have done the killer. Okay, I've got 2, so I'm going to try and lower the security first. Ooh, I don't have the points for that, so we'll just end the encounter, and we'll do our best not to get caught. It's gonna be bad. There we go. Do they get better as the games go on? You've only played Returns, you enjoyed it, but it felt like something was missing. Yeah, so if you feel that way, Pyrobama, you've got to try Dragonfall. Dragonfall, to me, is the... like, it's the DLC that eclipsed the base game. And like I said, it was my... it's easily my favorite... story of... I wanted to say last year, I think it's actually a little... I think it's a little, older than that. Okay. These things have got 200 HP, so let's, I think let's deal with at least 2 of them. Ooh, that's bad. Okay, let's do one of these. Okay, so I'm gonna let that thing just rot, and we'll get a... I think we'll just get a shot in on this. Alright. This is actually going to be a really tough run for me, so I think I know what I'm going to do as far as Isabelle is concerned. As always, we're going to get Gobbet to... It's actually really tempting to get her to summon that spirit. I mean, she's stuck in a bad spot, though, if I do that, so... Okay, well, we'll at least use one turn to get 71 into position, so this is a nice kind of frontal spot. I'm not actually going to fire anything yet. I want to get the rest of my team in place. I want this whiner to go... Okay, I actually gotta get my team out of the way. How annoying. Do I want Gobbet to take a front roll? Yes, because eventually she's going to do something with that spirit. So I can either speed up 71, or I can... Yeah, let's do that. Monsoon. Okay. And Gobbet has 1 more point, so let's give some extra aim. Well, okay, what's it going to take to get 71 to shoot? 99, 80, yeah, she doesn't need any more help. But looks like Gobbet will, so let's give the... Let's give the bonus aim to Gobbet herself. Alright, Raktor. I think what we want to do... Okay, I'm actually going to use my summon first. So, the Monsoon... I don't believe has any... Yeah, so the Monsoon doesn't actually have any individual melee attacks on their own. I'm going to put them in a slightly protected position, just hopefully so the enemy focuses down on them. I just don't like the fact that it's actually 2 turns that I need to do that, though. Okay, so I got 4 moves. Start by stripping his armor. Get into cover. And I can either focus down on this guy with the low probability of hit. Or I focus on the Enforcer. Oh god, it's actually... I'm gonna try... Ugh, ugly. Okay. It was a bit of a flyer, so... I'll do a little chip damage on the Enforcer. Hey, that was not a bad one. Okay. Let's see what I can get Kashai to do. I'm going to start with an... Start with an overclock on Kashai. Flip to control mode. And we're gonna just go straight for Jimmy the Talon's armor. Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, so like I need to be very careful in terms of how I say this. I am absolutely not saying that Shadowrun Returns was anything even remotely close to a quote-unquote bad game. It was an exceptional game. But I will also say that Dragonfall was so exceptional that it's very hard for me to sort of speak of the two, just because like they really outdid themselves with it. So, all right, let's see if I can get a headshot. It's 70%, so it's not great, but if I can pull it off, it's actually going to be really helpful. So, all right, paid off. I can do a Deadeye shot. I mean, that more or less turns it to a guaranteed hit, but I think we'll just do a regular shot. Robot Spider, Kashi. It does not have his own game, but there's extensive modding support. So the one thing that's really great about the Shadowrun games is that they recognize the fact that much of the appeal of the Shadowrun games, much of the appeal of this stuff is your ability to tell your own stories. And so, I mean, this is why it's really good to have... Alright, maybe I'm not supposed to... Maybe I'm taking the wrong approach by... Oh, you know what? I have to throw away this turn. I gotta get rid of the trace. Okay, I know what I'm doing next turn. Ooh. Yikes. That's gonna hurt. Oh, wow. I didn't know that was... I didn't know that was my goal. Yeah, Johnny Big Time, it is. It was, they did get the license. It's just, I think a lot of people say that it wasn't, sort of wasn't true to the setting they felt. All right. Looks like we have got a run on our hands. You guys didn't come here for quality, did you? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I definitely saved before that. Oh, you know what? It's probably because I hit reset level. So I have a feeling there's actually going to be some more gameplay than... Or some more repetition than I'd intended. You know, I will say though, I do really like the fact that there's a substantial and hard matrix component, because I feel like that's sometimes missing in a few of these games. Right, if you guys don't mind, as much as I love doing the dialogue, I'm gonna burn through it just so I can kind of get to the next bit. See if I can do such a magnificent takedown as last time. Oh, yes. Oh, god damn it, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, guys, it's gotta be perfect. But yeah, so, I'll admit I haven't actually done a lot of, I haven't actually done any in the workshop, or I mean you can download them through other means. But people have been making their own levels. They've been expanding out the ability to tell your own stories in these environments. And I mean, it's hard. I mean, to me, it's actually very hard to beat the sorts of stories that Harebrained Schemes have been making. I mean, I'll go so far as to say that Shadowrun Dragonfall went places that I never really associated with the Shadowrun world, but it actually stayed very true to it. And it sort of revealed my lack of imagination when I think of this interesting sort of world that's come up on my own. And so in that case, I mean, as fun as it is to like mod stuff, and I'm definitely a little bit of a tinkerer when it comes to sort of game things. I've had less of an inclination to do it with Shadowrun just because I really don't know if I could even hold a candle to the sort of stories that Harebrained comes up with. Okay, let's see if I can maybe cluster my team a little bit more, and this will give me an advantage. All right. I think same position as last time's the way to go. I think the HK is the, yeah, this is the stronger weapon. Ugh. Nice. So we'll overclock Koshai. Underestimates the brightness of his Oh, this is a... I think you're talking about my ability to tell stories? Okay, I feel like I should still strip the armor. I don't know if I'm going to be able to take him out on this round. And I have 2 follow-up attacks, so... That's a brutal blow. Fair enough, Johnny. I'm always happy to have you here regardless. Ooh, I don't like those odds, but let's do an aimed shot. Okay, well, I can't complain too much about not getting that, so... I feel like the aim burst is the way to go here. It's not a great probability, but I think it's the best I can do in the current circumstance. Oh, that was so close. Let's just get you into safety. You gotta be kidding me. Heal up, lady. Koshai, please do the honors. Okay, I wonder if I'm allowed to save. So I sort of want to know, I have a feeling that if I just go to this, it's probably going to trigger the goons, and it'll tell me I have to hack my way through, but let's see. Before you looks a formidable cast iron door. It's locked, your means of escape just behind it. You notice a keypad mounted on the wall, but you have no key code. A quick scan reveals a potential weak spot in the door's hinges. You have a feeling you can get through, but it's going to take a while. Well, let's try. Isabelle hack the keypad. Isabelle cautiously steps forward, her eyes fixed on the keypad. Watch my back. She jacks into the device and starts cracking its code. The Talon... Oh yeah, we already did this, so... Oh wow, so they get to move first. Interesting. So we're actually in a fairly decent spot the way that we are. I don't think they're going to be able to get some hits on us behind this crating. That is a lot of guys. Do love overclocking Kashai. Alright, so we're going to start off, again, ripping up the Talon's armor. Ooh, that's definitely not a hit I wanted to lose. Okay, well, let's try and stun. Nice. Also pulls him out of his cover, so even though I failed to hit him in the armor, this will still have an effect that benefits me. I'm not going to move Raktor out this turn just because in the end I'm not actually going to be able to do any damage. So I put him, if I were to move him now, yes, that puts him in position for next turn, but that also puts him in position for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 potential strikes, and he is not a main combat guy. So the only other thing I would consider would be some kind of, like, you know, grenade, but he doesn't have any, so... next up, we gotta decide what we're gonna do with Gobbet. I do want to make sure that I have at least 2 action points to give haste to 71, who's gonna be my primary combat individual. I definitely can't leave her here because she's pretty exposed. I think what we'll do is we'll do Channeled Haste. And I'm not crazy about doing this, but this is a pretty good cover spot for her, so. And then finally 71's going to kind of need to put the team on his shoulders for a little bit. I don't believe I have any armor penetration on these things, so let's just open up on the Talon. That was a really, really crappy round there, 71. That, not so bad. Oof, that's why I wanted to keep Gobbet out of harm's way.
You only make Kosha angry.
Alright, 71. You gotta do the honors. Yeah! And I think we've got some stacked enemies. No, they've actually been very smart in how they've placed themselves. So... who do I want to rip up next in terms of armor? I sort of feel like I need to... well, okay, the Triad Enforcer I'm actually going to... No, I think I'm actually going to hit the... Well, let's start with one on Gobbet. I think we'll actually just... I'm going to strip the armor on the Enforcer so that I can engage at range. I think I'm actually going to take Koshai to hit the Sniper. Ugh, this thing can't aim. Okay, I want to be careful with Raktor, but I think I can afford to put him out. And... not the best shot in the world, but let's try and make it. Nope. Okay. Well, I mean, they're out in the open with 95%. I'm not going to get a better shot than this, so... paid off. So all of these... actually, I don't even have line of sight for these other guys, so... I guess the oh no, I do have a shot. Actually on both, so I could do it on the Enforcer, I could do it on the Sniper. Let's take the shot on the Sniper. I actually think they're going to be the weaker opponent, so... not a great shot, to be honest. So, how about my aimed... oh, damn it. I should have done flush target. Alright, so aim burst is going to give me... I really shouldn't do it against an armored target like that, so let's do this against the Triad Enforcer. Oof. It's a pea shooter she's using. And again, I want to keep Rooster low in safety, so... Hey Elcanoe, how you doing? Thank you very much for that host. I'm really sorry that the alerts are not showing up. Guys, Elcanoe is probably, it's no stranger to you guys in terms of the shoutouts here. I definitely really love, talking about his cast. If you guys want to see what a true love of gaming looks like, you will check out this man's channel. He is an exceptionally gifted entertainer, has a wicked sense of humor. Easily one of my top recommendations that I could give you as far as a caster is concerned. He is definitely a variety caster. He's been dealing with the fact that he's actually moved across the Atlantic. He's now in the States at the moment. He is a French-speaking caster, but I can guarantee you will have a time of your life watching him, even if you don't speak a word of French. I know this because my French is very weak, and Elcanoe is still a ton of fun to watch. So I definitely strongly recommend you check him out. You will find games that you'd never heard of, but you will want to play very much after watching him play. And more importantly too, is just one of these people who I think really makes Twitch for me. I have been more entertained and I've had more to work with having found Elcanoe than before. Okay, I really hope I don't move to use this particular ability. Okay, nice. So, what can we do with my pistol? Basically just this. Highest chance, they're not in cover. Ooh. The real question is, do I want 71 to take any further advantage of that? Let's start with a strip armor on the Sniper. And I think we take a piece off the board with the Enforcer here. Oh, come on, man. Spirit World ain't what it used to be. Gobbet, will you do the honors? Apparently you won't. Jesus Christ, your aim's disgusting, lady. Still enough. I'm sorry about all those bad things I said. You know I said them out of love. I'm gonna get Koshai to do his thing. Let's do another strip of the old armor. Koshai, you suck. Alright. Oh, you know what? I should have gone for the stun. But fortunately, we've flushed this guy out, so... The only drawback here, I've got 4 actions, but one of them is actually going to be taken up by reloading my weapon. Yeah, I don't have enough ammo for that. I can do a double tap. Oh, that's so close. I do have another rifle for situations like that, but I think I can probably take him out with a headshot. So what do I want to do with Gobbet? She's only got 1 move, so I think we'll just go for the shot on the Enforcer. And again, we don't want Roosterlow to actually do anything. So this was a pretty important round for us because, of course, for us to beat the optional goal, we need to keep Rooster low in position, and you'll notice that they were moving to a point where they could potentially damage him. So, and he doesn't have enough. You notice with his movement, any position that I put him in is going to put him in a. He's going to be compromised. So in this situation here, I want to leave him by these crates, and this is basically this is the danger zone. If anybody moves past here, I need to eliminate them. So. How's that long-range shotgun working for you, friend? Alright, Koshai. I'm actually not at all worried about Shotgun Bro. The question is... It's probably gonna... You know what? I still am gonna use the moves on them. I'm pretty sure that I'm actually gonna cause... Like, I would have been more tempted to, like, disable this guy, but I have a feeling that I may... If I didn't miss, I would have actually been able to take out both guys this round. As it is. Come on! Well, at least you got a crit. It's better than nothing. So it was pretty important to me that I hit this guy just so I could knock him out of cover. Now the next decision is how do I take advantage of that. I still think the right call is to rain death. The question is, I think I'm only really going to get the 1 shot, and then I'm either going to have to reload. So I could do aim, shot, reload, or I could do shot, reload, shot. I think shot, reload, shot. Ooh, wrong call. Not bad. I just don't quite think it was enough. Okay, we'll do a single shot. Hopefully that's enough. Ah, brutal. Oh. I did not want to waste 3 bullets on that. That's still pretty respectable damage, though. You can name your main character Elkanu, but the rest is set by the game. All right, that was a lot tighter combat than last time. I'm a little tempted to see if there's any kind of pay data in the Jack Point. Not a problem at all, Kaylee Cakes. Like I said, so guys, with Kaylee, I had sort of promised I was going to do a first-person shooter, and I got her message right around the time that I just tweeted that I was going to be broadcasting Shadowrun. So I leave it to you if you would like. What I might even do is I might like do my regular casting time, and maybe we do like extra hours with the first-person shooter. Or if you can let me know another time that you'd like that. I sort of feel like I know exactly what I'm going to play. I think you guys are going to have a lot of fun with it. But I want to make sure that that's something that, you know, the intended audience gets to see. Thank you, Kaylee Cakes. Hopefully you find this game good. I mean, I say this as if, like, Shadowrun is second fiddle, but, I mean, Shadowrun is such an outstanding game. I mean, there's a reason why I keep coming back to this series. Okay, try not to screw up this time. You're screwing up, System Shock. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Alright, well I know what's behind that door, so let's just take a look and see what we can find up here. Can we do it, chat? Pretty sure I can't. Let's just watch the pattern. Okay, so back and forth like this. I think this is just... Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's a potential hole here. Yeah, so I mean, in the right circumstances, I can just make a beeline up the side. Oop, not that though. This will be the time. Oh, busted! Alright. I know how I'm gonna deal with this. That really hurt. Okay, I gotta get out of sight. Do the boost, man. Do the boost. Okay, presumably I'm already doing this boost then? Alright. I think I am only gonna go the one move up, and then I'll preserve the option for further defensive measures. So my question is, can I get away without healing myself? This thing's got 200 HP. Okay, so I'm gonna burn this thing. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of damage. Let's try and take it off the board. Nice, okay. Ah, excellent, Rogue Usagi. Well, as I like to say in Jesse Quill's channel when people donated, thank you for subsidizing my entertainment. I'm certainly not in a position to support Kickstarters for that kind of money, but I am very grateful for the people who do have the means to do that. It means that all of us get get better games to play. I mean, again, the whole series is exceptional, but they really seem to be outdoing themselves each time they do another one of these Shadowrun games too. So. Hey, Kintara666. Alright. Oh yes! This game. Alright, let's see how good I am at Simon Says. I get at least one other block. Or I get at least one other round. You mean, you're not talking about Necropolis, right? Rogue Usagi, you're talking about Battletech? I believe you can actually still back it, it's just not a former Kickstarter. Alright. No chat this time. Sorry, guys. Ah, damn it. Let's just go without it. Okay, so we've got an M, and so this is potential. It's actually now looking stronger, but god damn it. I think this might be it. Go for it. Yep. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say there's no, as much as I love the games, no game is worth putting yourself in a compromised financial situation. So, good luck, by the way, in terms of the job search. Oh, all right then. The docking door slides open. It's time to get to the escape boat. As if I had not accomplished this. I want to see if there's stuff I can steal though. So I'm gonna have to go up against another round of those nasty. Well, you know, I can probably just jack out here, right? Alright. You know what, chat? I have no faith in my ability to do this whatsoever. Don't fuck up, 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 don't fuck up! You didn't fuck up, System Shock. I'm proud of you. Alright. So I was originally thinking like I could boost and just run straight through this stuff, but it doesn't seem like that's an option to me. So, let's just, you know, drop bombs on everyone's moms and see what happens. I hate that 64%. Okay, so 75. Wait a minute, did I not have something? I thought I had something that did like damage over time. Am I going crazy? Okay, well, let's just keep doing our regular hits. Ooh, so tempting. Can we do it? Excellent. Okay. I'm still gonna need to deal with the fact that this patrol's gonna cycle around and take me in a minute, but... Alright. So, one move up. I'm pretty exposed out here, but let's do the Killer Ice. Gambit paid off. So, I can heal myself for the 75, which actually seems like a really good idea. Yeah, so I'm probably going to wind up taking some damage, and I'm going to have to use this anyway, so I'm going to use the tempo that I gained from taking that thing out in one turn. Well, you know, the other thing I could do... No, I can't do that, because... I'm going to need to break the wall. Let's just heal up. I really hope these things can't peek around the corner. Man, that was the right call to heal up there. Okay, so we gotta throw everything at this, and it's behind... Oh, it's behind cover. I can't risk going out in the open like that, so let's see if fate smiles. Ooh, you know what? The Tar Blaster's gonna... I gotta be really careful about how I use that, because I don't want to trigger the... If I trigger one of the witnesses, then I have to deal with the security alarm. Nice. All right. Got a bunch of comedians in chat. All right. We'll do the hack again. I'm so bad at this. I did it wrong. You know what? Screw it. Let's just go to the next one. Okay, that was a pretty big hint. I think this might be it. They just need something to... No, it's not. Okay. Wait, that doesn't fit the... Okay. All of these are potential. This is looking closer. None of this is new information. I'm going for it. Red paint, yeah, that is a... I played as a Decker in Dragonfall, which I didn't actually feel was the most... that wasn't the biggest payoff. But this time I'm playing more of a Street Samurai-ish kind of character. By the way, we did shout out John Everest earlier, but just listen to those music swells. Enjoy the ride. This is why you buy the deluxe edition, everybody. This guy's music is absolutely worth it. Sorry guys, I just need to check my... something online really quick. The boat sways languidly atop the water. Insulated walls stifle outside noises, as if the chaos behind the beyond the door belonged to another world. The interior is cramped, made smaller by maritime equipment protruding from the walls. The scent of sea and moldering wood dominates your senses, ripened from years of perfunctory cleaning. Finally, a safe place to rest. Rooster flinches at your approach. When he speaks, he tries to sound confident, but his voice cracks. The 289s are going to jam you up for this. No one's going to cry over you. Worst you'll get is dead. Worst we'll get is a finger waggle. But so long as the hand is also holding our Nuyen, we're in a good position. Can you say the same? He flashes Rooster a smile. Things are not looking good for you, Mr. Lowe. Best stop running that mouth of yours. The boat heaves and pitches over the bay as your driver plows through the choppy waves to the drop-off point, leaving the Shangri-La restaurant far behind. Inside, restlessness fills the cabin. You finished the job, the extraction was a success, and now your client awaits his prize. The Triad Redpole Rooster. It wasn't easy. It should have been. It would have been if that damn Talon hadn't mangled your plans with his visceral determination. But even a streets-forged orc like Talon could be stricken down. With the Talon dead, you escaped from the restaurant to the getaway boat was made smoother. Well, as smooth as wading through a small army of triads and skirting the HKPF dragnet could be. Luckily, Rooster got through the pursuit unharmed. And with the Talon now permanently out of commission, you might earn a few extra Nuyen for your client. Or from your client. All in all, a good run. I know what that's like, Johnny Big Time. I have no blame here whatsoever. So have a great sleep, Johnny. You always make the stream better when you're hanging out, but I definitely want you to take care of yourself. So I will probably see you in your cast. And again, for those of you who are either new to the cast here or just joined us, definitely feel free to check out Johnny Big Time. He's a really entertaining caster. Definitely, I feel, is perhaps underappreciated when you take a look at the ratio of followers to the talent that I think he has. And I think every single person who helps us bring us a little bit closer to a follower count that I think is more fitting of such a talented caster would mean a lot. Uh-oh, I think Jesse Quill is picking up some of my habits. So it's looking like I don't have new dialogue options for doing these side missions, which sort of makes sense. They don't necessarily advance the plot at all. Your workstation and mission computer. The cool blue tones of the workstation's main menu fill the screen. Pretty sure I should have at least one message saying that... Open the jobs directory. Claim payment for Roosterlow's kidnapping. Submit the job is finished and await the client's response. A few moments later, a message pops onto the screen. From Kindly Cheng to 71s. The client is pleased with how you handle the situation. Roosterlow has been very contrite and forthcoming, due in no small part to the violence with which you handled the opposition. You've even earned a little extra for taking out the Talon. Your payment is attached. Kindly Cheng. I didn't see how much I got paid for that, by the way. Pending geomantic sabotage. From Kindly Cheng to 71, geomantic sabotage. Geomancy is big business in the free enterprise zone. Here in Hong Kong, feng shui isn't just the act of rearranging your kitchen to make things look pretty. The fortunes of empires rise and fall with the ebb and flow of qi, and sometimes that flow needs a helping hand. Wu Jing Incorporated are the preeminent practitioners of large-scale qi manipulation here in the Free Enterprise Zone. They've gone to great lengths to channel qi from all over Hong Kong into their headquarters, an enormous monstrosity that they call the Wu Jing Sky Tower. There, it focused and transformed into a good fortune through the building's mechanically attuned architecture and interior decoration. Our client believes that it's time for Wu Jing's good luck to run out. First, you must disrupt the feng shui out of the offices by subtly altering the environment of that level. This will consist of minor adjustments of desks, spilled water, and other small activities that are unlikely to be noticed. Ordinarily, even subtle disturbances of this nature would be noticed. This is why the client wishes you to make much louder demonstration on the rooftop garden. The garden is to be ransacked, utterly destroyed, set fire to things, uproot trees, that kind of thing. Our client has also specified that he would like you to destroy a large Buddhist statue in the garden. Smash the thing to bits and leave it scattered across the rooftop. This level of destruction will keep Wu Jing's geomancers busy long enough that the more subtle disruptions below will take effect. In addition, it will send the kind of message our client would like Wu Jing to hear. I have the utmost faith in your ability to cause destruction. The more disruption you cause on both levels of the Sky Tower, the happier the client will be. As you're not a spellcaster yourself, it may be wise to bring Gobbet along. She'll be able to see the most effective ways to disrupt the qi of the building. Good. Contact me when you finish the job, and I'll send you your cut of the payment. Okay, we'll do Shadowland BBS. I don't know if there's going to be any more keywords. Nope. But let's post the pay data. So post Shangri-La's guest reservation list, and I believe we need to wait a run before we get the payment for that. What was the all right. So the tower mission is actually interesting to me because I believe that's connected with the plot of this. Let's just do a quick save. I'm still pretty sure I can't talk with team members about this, so I'm a little tempted to actually hear Kindly Cheng's dialogue before I do this next run, but I would actually kind of like to get a little more money because there's a lot of stuff I wanted to buy. And I feel like taking more runs will kind of equip me to handle the end game a little bit better. Let's see what the new gun's gonna cost me. Alright, so I'm looking for smart links and as much damage without being a sniper rifle. Getting close. I'm not gonna get the Vindicator, that's a little overkill. I actually believe if I sold my secondary weapon, I'd be fine with that. Okay, let's see what I'll get for my I should consider giving this to Gobbet. Yeah, I'm never going to use this Samopal again, and it actually pushes me over the edge. So let's go for the top of the line. That'll be, I mean, all those times that I was just kind of like a hair away from taking the guy out pretty much ends once I get the Ares Alpha. And a capacity of 40, I'm going to be firing that thing for days. So I will literally have no money left by the end of it, but... But it was worth it, man! Hello, SLF. How you doing? If you guys are interested, SLF is a mod for Kaylee Cakes, and... Actually, you know what? I think I should be able to see what Gobbet... Well, here I can. I'm kind of interested in terms of seeing what kind of damage Gobbet does. Hello, 1-4. Very true, Jesse Quill. Alright, so I was thinking about my cyberware last time, and I think I had a little bit of a shopping list in mind, but let's see if we can double check. So I think we're thinking Super Thyroid. Now, did we... I think there was a 2... Is it really not a Mark II? That doesn't feel right. So yeah, the brain wasn't going to give me anything. I don't want to go willpower, negative intelligence. Don't need to do intelligence decking. No point in doing intelligence. For body, I only get 1. So the Synth Thyroid will give me +1 to all physical attributes. Or I could go for the Synthcardium, which will give me a bonus to dodge, throwing weapons, and movement. I like the movement, I like the dodge, the throwing weapons kind of lost on me. So it is actually a little tempting to do the Thyroid. I'm not a big fan of the activated abilities, so I tend to skip those. And the Synthcardium Mark I is strictly dominated by the Mark II, so no need to worry about that. Last thing we could consider would be the bone lacing. The Kevlar is tempting because it gives me bonus to body and strength, and certainly that'll help me soak up bullets, but it's, again, kind of hard to say in response to the Super Thyroid, which gives me a bonus to 1 to everything. Yeah, I was going to say, mein God, I think the number of question marks that you put at the end of that tells us exactly how old you are. And before people start responding with their ages, I would like to remind you that this is an 18+ channel. You're taking your life in your own hands if you're not watching at the right age. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Jesse Quill. It's Twitch's job to enforce their rules. So again, don't like the activated ones. The early 30s, but like real mature for your age. I mean, I think the only option is... I think the Ares dermal plating is really the only option here. So, I mean, so already I've blown my budget. So 3250, what is it? 5400. The legs, I think we're gonna go for. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. +1 dodge, +1 quickness compared to... Oh, HP and quickness. I mean, the enhanced articulation is really tempting because the dodge, you don't need to worry about HP if you don't take any damage. And I would want to get the Universal Omnitech over the Az technology anyway. Oh yeah, no, the Universal Omnitech is absolutely the way to go because in addition to give me the quickness and dodge, it gives me the HP. Okay, so we got 6,000 for legs and about 5,400 for... Yeah, so I easily need 10 grand to transform myself into a machine of death. You got legitimately excited when you saw Office. Listen, okay, so everybody likes to make fun of that, or likes to make that joke. You have no idea how many journals I have. I'm actually, so if you guys want to know the thing that like broke my heart, during the move I had a really, really nice, not a Waterman, it was a Schieffer pen. It had like this badass black, really fine tip. It was like one of the best pens that I bought. It was really inexpensive too. And somewhere in that move, it got lost. It's the first time that I've not had a fountain pen for writing, and it just, I mean, like I said, I'm saving the money, so I'm as much, like, I desperately just want to go to a stationery store to just look, and I know I just don't have it in me to, like, walk away and not pick it up. But that was, like, the one, like, oh god, everything that happened in this move, why is this the one thing that I had to lose? So... What is your question, Mind God? I mean, I think I like to think that the thrill of buying stationery, notepads, journals, pens, paper, I like to think that it is the same desire that people have when they buy luggage, right? There's only one real reason why you buy luggage, and that's because of all of those places that you're going to visit, all those people you're going to see, all those experiences that that you're going to have. And that there's definitely a certain kind of person who, it could be the fiction that they write, it could be the journal that they keep. I mean, you know, Samuel Pepys, his journal, which I'm sure, I don't know if it was ever intended for publication, but is, you know, it is a literary document of its own right. It's something that people still refer to. I follow a Twitter account that gives excerpts from his diary for the corresponding day. You know, you don't have to be a fiction writer. You could be very fascinated by mathematics and the beauty behind it, and so maybe you'll only ever have formulas written in your notebooks, or maybe you'll start a letter and you'll never finish it, and your notebook will just be a collection of the beginnings of various ideas, and you will have this document of the search for the one that really gripped you and kind of kept you long enough. And I think there's value in that too. Not everything that goes into your book has to be pristine. You sometimes just working it out and putting it on paper is worth it. And I do definitely like the process of physically writing something, because you have something that you've made sort of with your hands. I mean, admittedly, it's usually your intellect and working through your hands. But where, you know, the ability to destroy what you've done is very easy on the computer. Where, you know, you just hit one keystroke and you can wipe out that file. Your book, you know, if you were to destroy it, like that in and of itself, like if you burn or you throw away your journal or something like that itself is a pretty profound act. So, again, I think the impulse to buy a notebook is the same impulse to buy luggage. Although I will admit I have too many blank notebooks, which means that I'm more excited by the possibility than the actual manifestation, which I think means I need to start blogging more, right? All right, so I am going to go to the Wujing Sky Tower to commit geomantic sabotage, and then I'll maybe go and talk with Kindly Cheng. Well, I actually have a couple of posts already on it, Kaylee Cakes. I've just been bad at updating. You know what's going to really suck on this one? I'm probably going to need to bribe a guard at some point. Oh, there sure is a lot of rambling, Kaylee Cakes. It's the only thing I do. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with my dream team. So yeah, bribing guards is actually going to be really difficult. Speaking of rambles, Alex the Rambler auto-hosted us tonight. That's the one thing. So the impersonality of auto-host is a little bit of a difficulty. Oh, bad chi. The subway flies over the tracks towards Aberdeen. Monsoon humidity clings to your skin, as if it's followed you from Haoi. Or perhaps it simply sunk this far into the earth, penetrating stone and machine, rousing the acrid smells of Hong Kong's underground in its wake. You've been handed a promising job, geomantic sabotage, with a single objective: disrupt the flow of Wujing Qi to destabilize the corporation. Your client is especially keen on the idea of Wujing's famed geomancy being used against it, the ultimate humiliation. While the corporation's office space is a free game, the main target is Wujing's treasured lotus statue, which resides within a temple on the topmost floor of the monolithic building. Your client's instructions are clear. The more damage you do, the worse the chi, and the better the pay. Okay, so we've got a custom Sandler TMP, and we can give her the wild one. So a little more damage, probably slightly worse aim, I'm gonna guess. Yeah, this SMG bucks and kicks with every shot. Impossible to control. Its accuracy is reduced, but it has a chance to hit adjacent targets. So I'm definitely not gonna... I mean, I don't even think I have the option of getting rid of her original weapon, but I wouldn't trade it out anyway. And I keep forgetting to equip my people with gear, so I think I'm happy with that. I mean, I do like the idea of getting these last 2 levels of charisma so I can max out my... I don't think I have enough to... Yeah, damn it. That'd be really cool if I could get one more etiquette and add corporate. You know what? I think I am actually gonna go for the... the charisma, but I'm gonna reserve the... I'm going to reserve the points. The subterranean access way opens to one of the Wujing Sky Tower's few employee-only entrances, and the only underground access point to Wujing's restricted levels. Security is tight. It's unheard of for unauthorized personnel to reach the upper levels. Naturally, that's where you're headed. Gobbet presses a slip of laminated plastic into your hand. A grainy black and white reproduction of your own face stares back at you. The rest of the card is filled with a barcode. She leans in to whisper into your ear. Kindly wanted you to have this. Spoofed credentials, fresh off Maximum Law's card printer. These should get you past the front door. Wouldn't count on it getting us much further, though. I guess the client said something about the other ways to bypass the check-in system inside the building, but he didn't go into specifics. She shrugs. Kindly had some choice words about that, but whatever. We'll find it past security. Almost on cue, a sturdy Wujing security officer peers up at you from behind the desk on the console. Evening, sir. Swipe yourself in. He gestures to the ID scanner in front of him. Pull your weapon on him. Boring conversation anyway! Swipe your spoof credentials. He looks at his console, then back at you, his eyebrows raised as he observes your company. You realize your credentials only allow you to access through floor 10, right? Of course, I have new credentials with guest privileges waiting for me inside. That's why I'm here, to pick them up. The officer nods curtly. Right, go ahead and grab your new creds at the check-in terminal. Have a good night, sir. Employees only beyond this point. Well, let's not go there. Welcome to the Wujing Employee Check-in Station. Oh god, this is going to cause a problem, isn't it? Let's check in. Please enter your employee credentials. Warning, credentials expired or incorrect. Any further attempts to access this terminal before refreshing your employee credentials will alert security. It is! Alright. When all else fails, Isabel will take care of it for us. I really do love the Matrix portions on this. It's probably, like, to me it's just made these you know, these little puzzles all the more satisfying. Eee, that is not a place I really want to be. Okay, so basically I gotta get into this sweet spot when it's looking the other way. Okay, so we go around. Ah, god damn it. Alright, plan B. This thing's got 275, so what's the hardest we can hit it with? Okay, so 125. Oof! Beauty. We'll do an erosion. Nice. Okay, I really need to update my my notifications. I read my Nightbot message that just came up there, and I saw date and system chalk, and I'm like, wait, I have a date system chalk offer? You can keep up to date. I do twit things every now and again. Oh god, what was the... Okay, that was a guess on the... I keep looking at chat and it screws me up on this. Oh god. Yay! Looking good here. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know there was another level to this. Sacre bleu! What's the weak one? 150 for a white melee or 200? I mean, this is the obvious place I need to take it down. It's actually tempting if I do... No, the erosion isn't the right call in this case. So again, take a piece off the board. And now we can focus down this. I could actually also get myself into a slightly better position. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to run around the corner for this. This thing's going to wind up chasing me. And then I'm going to be able to take advantage of the extra tempo. So in this case, I use my one move to kind of get around behind it. Ah, damn it. I screwed that up. Okay, well, here's what we'll do instead. We'll hit it with a Tar Blaster. And there's nothing else I can do with that right now, unfortunately. But we can be patient, end the turn.
Guten Tag!
Yeah, 1-4. This was a stretch goal for the Kickstarter. All right. Oh, come on. I'm gonna screw this up. Okay, let's just go next. Only 30 seconds though. Okay, we got a W at the end. This is tempting. Going for it. It's really hard to ignore chat during that though. Okay, so I don't know what the heat suppression routine is going to do for us, but I feel it did good. The truth is, I'm actually much worse at the memory game than I am at the match. But it's kind of tempting to just go through the whole thing. It's a fun experience, so. Okay, can I sneak around the back? Oh, no, no, I can't. I was kind of hoping to sneak. Yeah, so I got to sneak around the back again. Oh. Good God. No. Oh, God. Well, hi guys. I'm out in the open. Low chances of success. Well, that wasn't so bad. Let's try it. Nice. So I could try the Tar Blaster. I'm not going to though. Hello, username Intensifies. Good to see you again. Or the black ice is, so in the lore of Shadowrun, black ice is something that will actually harm you. It'll harm your meat. It's something that can actually kill you It's, you know, it's the urban legend that you would hear in any kind of cyberpunk environment, the computer program that can kill you, basically. This is probably a waste of the tar, but I think it'll give me a little tempo. Whew. Okay, so rooted into place does not mean completely helpless. I feel like I've been getting very lucky with my hits, but if I can pull off this Hail Mary... Yeah, it was a little too much to ask for. Well... we can at least erode it to death. Nice. So the real question is, do I let it burn? I think I kind of gotta let it burn. So we'll just take a shot here. Ooh! I didn't know those chained. That's actually really good. So, again, I've got a really terrible memory on these things. I definitely need to heal up first. Wait. So I don't have heals now. Alright, well, let's throw everything at it. I don't know if I can continue this run, though. Username Intentify. So this game is... Oh, sorry, yeah, Rogue Usagi got it. Shadowrun Hong Kong. If it matters to you, it's called the Extended Edition, although you cannot get any other version of it. Harebrained Schemes has been really great with that in terms of giving, you know, just kind of a free upgrade to the sort of premium version of the game when they release it. But yeah, so white ice is just kind of like something that prevents you from gaining access to the, you know, to the goods, whereas black ice is something that will actually will hit you. Not just 20 bucks on Steam, it is on sale at GOG, but I was kind of holding back on that because if you guys hold off your purchase for a little while, that might be somewhat related to the the announcement I was going to make. But ah, damn it, just alright, if you guys want to buy it, you can. It's going to be on sale for a couple more days, though, and there's a way that you can really help me out in a couple of days. Yeah, so I might as well come clean on this. You guys have heard me talk very well about GOG for a while. No, it's totally fine, Jess. So obviously, those of you who've been watching for a while know that I have a very high opinion of the site GOG.com. I'm not fully disillusioned about Steam, but I definitely feel that it's acting like it has its dominant position in the market, and especially for the classic games that I play, it's very hit and miss in terms of the quality that you get. GOG has a number of advantages to it. One, it has a really great stream team, which I'm obviously not a part of, but I really enjoy watching. They're DRM-free games, which I think it's still worth something. They actually do a lot more and a lot more interesting sales than Steam, in my view. So like the big holiday sales are pretty much going to be the same amongst the different platforms, but I noticed that every weekend GOG will usually put on a sale. They're very well priced, and you can usually find some real gems there. And more importantly too, it's a lot more consumer friendly. So I'm actually going to be putting up a video on this, but they do have an affiliate program, and I've not officially signed on the dotted line yet. But within the next couple of days, I do intend to be a part of that affiliate program, which means that I will be gaining a % of revenues sold through GOG. I get more if I sort of sign you up for the platform. And then there would be a certain percentage, basically, if you just wind up buying a game through the affiliate link. The cost would sort of be the same anyway, but it's just sort of a way... the reason why I kind of held off on doing an announcement like this is, one, it's not done yet, and two, I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about the relation between money and the stream, because I mean, some of you can remember a time when I resisted putting up the donation button for a while. And the thing that excited me the most about the GOG opportunity was it is a company that I've been advocating for a lot beforehand, and so having the opportunity to sort of do a partnership and not just make the idea of supporting the stream being it's like, hey, you gotta dump some money on me or something like that, but rather it's like, hey, are you interested in this game that I'm playing? Well, one, you can support the dev. Two, you can support a site that I think really is much more deserving of the attention than I think people get. I think a lot of people associate it with old games still, but as you can see here, right, for, you know, a game that you would have paid $20 for on Steam because it's just, well, you know, I guess we're going to pay $20 on Steam, it's the only platform, right? Nope, if you shop around, you're actually going to find DRM-free version of the game. You pay less than $10, and, you know, I would encourage you actually to take the savings and buy the deluxe edition of this so you can get the soundtrack. But yeah, with that in mind, if you're considering a purchase and you can afford to wait, there will actually be a way that you can put a little bit of that purchase towards me. Of course, if you want to buy it right now, I think it's also a little more important that the developer be compensated well for their game. But yeah, we'll talk more about that in the future. But with any luck, you know, I'll sign the paper and we'll have an affiliate link in, let's say, 48 hours, and we'll have another way that we can support the stream. Yeah, so username intensifies. If you actually look at it, they've expanded it a lot more. Ah, screw it. Okay. Tempting. Well, yeah, I mean, so this is the important thing, username intent. So like I've advocated for GOG as a platform for a while. So this is something that I was doing already. I'm very, very picky about the kinds of relationships I would even consider. I would not touch Green Man Gaming because there has been some talk about the fact that they are not getting keys from legitimate sources. I will never, ever have G2A on my site. I think there are a lot of streamers who are going to be busy talking about how much they support indie devs and then put that G2A on the bottom of the page, and it disgusts me. I actually had a streamer, you know, when doing a co-op cast with them, they actually pressured me not only into buying the game off of G2A, but using their affiliate link. I was absolutely disgusted with that behavior once I found out a little bit more about what G2A was doing. So there was that, and then the next thing is that, you know, before I announced it, the thing I wanted to do was talk a little bit in terms of what that's going to mean, because of course once I become affiliated with something, immediately the recommendations I make are going to be in question. So to give you an example, right, I'm not going to tell you to spend, let's say it was turned around, you could get it for $6 on Steam, you could get Shadowrun Hong Kong for $6 on Steam and $20 on GOG. The last thing I would want to do is to tell people, hey, go buy it on GOG because I get a percentage of the take. If you want to support the stream that way, you can just, you know, give me the money directly. But no, more importantly, you guys should be going and getting the best deals for yourselves. Personally, I have found this to be the case much more with GOG anyway. It's the reason I like this site. It's not a chicken and egg argument. I liked GOG and I leapt at the opportunity to engage in some kind of partnership with them, assuming this happens. But yeah, I mean, the only thing that will change coverage-wise is I'm probably going to be, you know, I won't lie, like if there's something that goes on sale, I'm probably going to wind up playing it to give you guys a chance to see whether or not it's worth it. but that is as much me recommending a game. I've done that before when I know it's gone on sale. That's what I did with sort of the Sukdar's The Pit when it went on sale on Chrono GG. So in that case, it's just that I'm going to be paying a little bit more attention to what GOG is doing, because of course that there's a direct financial incentive that if somebody does like the game and I facilitate that matching, then all of a sudden I'm not just doing this out of the goodness of my heart, but there's a way that somebody who is going to spend that money anyway, some of that goes towards me. But I have no intention whatsoever to be a shill for any company, no matter how much I like them, right? I have an opinion about what my favorite kind of phone is, but unless Apple or Samsung wants to start paying me for that, I'm going to keep that opinion to myself unless somebody very specifically asks me about it. And likewise, I mean, it would be incredibly disrespectful of your guys' time and your money to just turn around and say it's like, oh yeah, this thing is great because it's on sale on GOG right now. It's not my style, and I think most people kind of get that, but I'm very much of, especially when it comes to the money sort of thing, I've just seen so many casters use their viewers as kind of like these virtual ATMs that I sort of feel I owe it to explain the reasons for certain actions and what that will mean in terms of my coverage and the recommendations I'll make. So yeah, exactly, username intensifies. I very specifically like GOG because they're a pro-consumer company in my view. I mean, once upon a time, Steam was a pretty decent platform. It was the only platform, but I do sort of feel that those days are kind of over, and in my view, it's their job to show me why they're worth doing business with.
Oh God!
I am the best hacker. Thank you, Jesse Quill. Oh, no problem, Jeff. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble catching up with chat just because the Matrix is so intense. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, we're gonna talk about these key. So here's the thing, right? It's very hard to go to platforms and feel like know that it's it's legitimate, right? If you go on Steam, you know it's legit. If it's Origin, you know it's legit. If it's Ubisoft, it's legit. If it's Battle.net, it's legit. I believe itch.io is one, very indie focused. GOG is another one. Green Man Gaming is a gray zone because they have now added a feature that will tell you that they've gotten it from a legitimate site. But what you're also going to notice, in addition to the fact that there are examples of developers complaining at the fact that they did not receive the keys from a legitimate source, there are some titles which very conspicuously do not say their origins. And so I actually think that they are doing some shady business and they've just done a better job of marketing themselves than G2A. And so this is a really important thing, is that these sites gain legitimacy because they make kind of this devil's bargain with a streamer which says, hey, we're going to give you a cut of our revenues if you put that banner up. And the problem is that by doing this, by streamers just taking these things, and there's only so far you can really bring yourself to blame these people, right? Because it's like nobody goes in this thing to get rich, right? And so if you can make money off of it, you're going to leap at that opportunity, right? But the problem is that what these people have done is they've prostituted their word, basically. They've said that, for a small percentage of this sale, I'm willing to engage in something which is actually denying the developer the money for their hard work. And I'm willing to lend my credibility to this site and make it legitimate. So there's a lot of people who I think buy stuff off of G2A.com not realizing how harmful it actually is to gaming and to specific individuals. And I also have some sympathy for the consumer who just wants to buy a damn game, right? And this is the big one for me, is that usually, like, when I see it's like when it's a deal that's too good to be true, usually I assume somebody's getting screwed over it. So I'm very, very strict on the kinds of sites that I'll buy it from. And yes, this means that I miss out on good deals. But I very honestly do not want to be on this stream playing a game for you that has not... Like, think of it this way, especially when I'm streaming a game, right? I want to know that when I am showing you the game, that the developer has been paid for their work, right? You guys have been very generous with your donations. And so, you know, the mere fact that I can potentially get a donation during a game being streamed, if I were to find out that the developer had not been compensated for that, you know, I'm already sharing the spotlight with their game, right? It doesn't even matter if somebody winds up buying a legitimate copy off of my cast. Like, I haven't paid up. I have not given them the money for the work they're doing. And there's so many people, I mean, look at what happened with Brigador, right? Everybody's saying, you know, for the difference of $5, they're like, oh, you guys are being too greedy. You know, you can't charge for that. Brigador is a great game. And it's a great game at the price that they charge. Another example of a deluxe edition where you get like a great audio book with it as well. But everybody looks at it as like, oh yeah, it's an indie game. You should only be paying $5 for it. It's like people don't know what the value of these things are anymore. And so what's happened is it's created this little market for people who are legitimately stealing keys or using stolen credit cards to buy these keys or something like that. This is stuff that, again, developers don't get money for. But because consumers, either they're unaware of the difference or they don't want to know about the difference, or, you know, they feel a sense of entitlement. Again, I can't put too much, I can't claim to read somebody's mind. But, you know, when Ubisoft very legitimately tried to say, it's like, these are not legitimate keys. We are going to cancel them. We have not received payment. These were obtained illegally. People cried bloody murder, and everybody already dislikes Ubisoft, so they kept the keys open. That's millions of dollars that they lost. That's millions of dollars that these developers were not compensated for making a game that people wanted to buy because they wanted to get a deal. And again, you know, you feel like an idiot when you looked at other people and you see, you know, G2A or Green Man Gaming banners all over the place, and you're like, what are you proving by being the one person that doesn't have it out? But I honestly believe, especially because I've studied intellectual property and I've done research on it, and I believe so strongly about, you know, people being paid what they're worth, and people actually saying, like, you know what, this game, you know, yes, this game is not just a $5 game. I would love to get a great game for $5, but you know what, this thing is actually worth it. You know, Jessica will tell you I'm a very stubborn person. But that's why I think it's really great that GOG is unveiling this this affiliate program, because they really are a site that I have nothing but love for. I mean, there's I can tell you some things where I think they could improve too. But this is a great way, because it really means now that there's a full-on platform that is legitimate. Nobody will question its legitimacy, and streamers can feel good about promoting it, right? They're very clear in terms of when you will be paid and how much you'll be paid. I mean, this is the other thing that streamers need to face, is that there's affiliate sites that will, you know, they'll very happily let you sell stuff for them, but you don't get paid. You know, you don't even get to know how much, you know, has been sold or how many units you've moved. Like, there's a lot of really crappy business practices going on. But again, because streamers are just, you know, so happy that somebody's paying attention to them, they usually just overlook this kind of stuff. So I just kind of wish people would, I guess, have a little bit more faith in their value. Anyways. You showed up for a really cool Cyberpunk story, and you got to hear my rants about intellectual property. Ah. whatever. Oh god. I know I need to look for these two. Come on, man. You've blown it. I think this is it. Oh, welcome back, Jeff. Sorry, I didn't notice you come back in. Oh god, you know what? I can't remember if I've exhausted all my options here. I think I have. I think I'm gonna risk the walk back though, because I kind of want to make sure I've exhausted everything. Oh crap! Damn. I am the best hacker. Oh, you know what? There might be a... Yeah, I've definitely been through here. Let's just jack out. It was not luck, but skill, Jeff. Welcome, admin. Alter existing credential clearance. Permissions granted. You are now able to alter the existing information and any clearance level of a Woojing employee ID. Please select an ID to alter. Spoofed ID. Yeah. Let's not talk with the security guard quite yet. Just play it cool, play it cool, play it cool, play it cool. Open fire! No. A couple of wage slaves amble about their business inside the corporate locker room. The closest man to you flings a jacket into a locker, then turns toward the showers. He stops short when he catches sight of you, and his weary eyes widen in surprise. Ah, good evening. He turns behind him and, assured by something, turns back towards you with a smile. I'm Charles. Haven't seen your face before. Are you new here? New to this building. Charles sighs. I know how that goes. I'm pretty new here myself. Still learning the ropes. Any tips for a neophyte? Yeah, the upper floors are off limits. Highly restricted. He glances around and lowers his voice. Not sure what's happening up there, but only company execs, security, and maintenance have access. Do you have special passes or something? Couldn't say. Never been to those floors to check. They could be using special passes or even scanning retina. But I think with how often maintenance is being called up there, it can't be too time-consuming. Gotcha. Thanks for your help. Anytime, friend. Good luck. Yeah, I'll be needing your ID. Yeah, I'm not robbing him. Are you trying to sleep? Username intensifies. If I just continue to speak to you this way with this beautiful music by John Everest going on in the background, will this start lulling you to sleep? The guard watches you with suspicion as you approach. You seem confused, sir. Something I can help you with? Just clocking in. Give up that. All right. Have a nice day. Well, you know, guys, I could just keep talking quieter and quieter and quieter. And I could turn the volume down lower and lower and lower and lower. And maybe you guys Might start turning your volume up a little bit because it's probably getting a little difficult to hear me. And any minute I might make a loud noise. But then I wouldn't do that to you guys, so. It's really nice of you to say, Jeff. Thank you. Sorry, guys. You wanted to continue to speak softly and... An oil-blotched dwarf half-heartedly scubs her hands above the sink. Her ragged clothing resembles a paint canvas, covered in multiple hues of mechanical grime. A slight turn of the head, she looks towards you. Need something? With your cooperation, I'm here to perform a security audit for Wu Zheng. Well, ain't that wonderful? Her voice is thick with sarcasm. But I'll opt out. Wu Zheng's got me doing an air duct audit myself. And let me tell you, I made some pretty upsetting discoveries. Disgusting, sliming, biohazardous discoveries. She half turns towards you and plants a gooing hand on her hip. Maybe when we're both done we can compare findings, but for now we're gonna get this crap off of me. Good luck to you, you'll need it. Well, I mean, Jess, that's actually a little similar to something that I usually say during my shoutouts, right? Is that it's not, it's very hard to sort of deal with the rhetoric of Twitch, where it's not just enough to be good anymore, that everything is perpetually the best ever. And, I mean, I like a lot of streamers, but it's, like, again, I think my word has to mean something, right? I don't want to say something is the best ever if it isn't. I'm just gonna try checking in and see. Yeah, there's nothing to... I feel like that's gonna tag an alarm. I just want to see what happens when I do that. Oh, can't save. Alright, that will forever remain a mystery then. Yeah, I mean, like, to me, there's a side that should just say, like, if I say Elkanu's a really good streamer, that should be enough. But I mean, everybody's, you know, trying to find their place, right? So I get that I need to do it. So, I mean, the way that I've sort of found my, you know, my middle ground has been to say, here is why I really like watching Elkanu. And hopefully enough people will sort of appreciate the care and the time that goes into that, and to tell them specifically why he is a streamer that's worth watching, that they'll go and check him out and make a decision for themselves as to whether or not it's a channel that they want to continue being a part of. I mean, I've had the benefit of the support of a lot of very good streamers, people who you know, could be hosting streamers bigger than themselves and raising their own profile, and instead are giving me some attention, which is in many ways not necessarily deserved. But to your point, username intensifies if you've always wanted to stream so you could have an audience for your thoughts. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do that, right? There's YouTube, there's blogging. I think part of it comes down to, like, I know there's a tendency on Twitch that when you watch, and I mean, this is the tendency that I had that eventually, I mean, the thing that pushed me over the edge was actually Extra Life. But I think the big thing about it is, if you, you know, what you want to find is what is this core? What is the thing that you're most interested in? When you're on Twitch, obviously gaming is a common element, but I'll give you a great example, and something that I think I sort of share with Jesse Quill. I can remember some of the earliest memories of gaming, and, you know, how excited my parents were that I was into Civilization 2, because I was learning about history and civilization as well as playing a strategic game. And I'm fascinated by that idea of learning, either learning how to play the game or using it as a vehicle through which I can express maybe some of the other ideas that I have. And Jess does, not only does a really good job of this, probably does a better job than me, because she also talks about the ideas behind it. And I think the other thing is that she has a larger audience than I do, and she's not afraid to disagree with them. This is another trap that casters fall into, which is in the name of growing an audience, you know, they'll start pandering. So like, here's a great example, right? I've put the game on hold. There's a bunch of people here, no doubt, just here for Shadowrun Hong Kong. And I do sometimes feel bad that I'm sort of interrupting the flow of the story, because it really is a wonderful story. But, you know, in the end, personality is something that is part of this broadcasting medium. But the big thing here, right, is that it's so easy to, it's like, oh, you know, I never thought of it that way. It's like, well, you know, that's one opinion, I guess, or, you know, not, you know, trying to avoid from, you know, ruffling feathers or something like that. But Jess sticks to her guns. If she thinks something is wrong, she'll say it. And I've seen her have some very well-established viewers who've said some rather foolish things during the game that she's played, and she's always brought, you know, her own perspective. She's always brought some insight, and I think this is why she has the success that she does. She's definitely a very beautiful woman, and so, you know, you can always say, oh, there's a built-in audience for that, but honestly, beauty is very common on Twitch. There's a lot of very good-looking casters. The reason why you want to stay in Jessie Quill's channel is not the eye candy, although that is really wonderful. You stay because you see such a radiant and magical personality, somebody who I've had the privilege of meeting, and I can say is every bit as gracious and fun and kind and caring in person. And, you know, you really get to make that connection. It's, you know, what you see on that cast is the person that she is. It's hard to watch a Jessie Quill cast or an El Canoe cast or a Kaylee Cakes cast and not have an idea of kind of what these people are like. Obviously, I've not met all of them in person, but I kind of think I roughly know what it would be like to meet them. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to be the exact same person, because you always want to put on a show, right? I don't know. I always have a bad job of figuring out whether or not I'm funny on cast. And I know Jess is just going to roll her eyes when I say that. And I don't know how funny I am in person, but I feel like there's a little bit of a difference in terms of the kind of joke or the sort of thing that I'll say in person. I'm definitely a very different person inside of Jessie Quill's chat, so, you know, I have a few different personas that I can take on. But the core is still there, right? Like, Jess can definitely tell you about my sarcastic sense of humor and how that's at play in the different kind of person that I am inside of her channel. There's that through line that you can see. And I think that's sort of the key to it. So again, whether, you know, for me, gaming is just merely a vehicle of all these other things I'm much more interested in. I mean, maybe one day I'd like to get a podcast underway, and maybe in that case I won't really talk about gaming that much at all. Maybe I'll talk more about my econometric interests. You know, maybe I won't even talk about that. Maybe I'll talk about literature, which is another thing that I really enjoy. The big thing is like, you know, you have a finite amount of time, whether you want to say in the day or in your life. Both are alarmingly short when you think about that. And so what you really need to sit down and think is like, what is the thing that if I had, you know, only an hour left to do today, I'd really feel like I'd have fallen behind by not doing, right? If you really love gaming that much, then yeah, do a Twitch broadcast. You know, if it's, I mean, nobody really likes doing homework, but there's definitely a lot of satisfaction to be had in tackling a difficult problem and sort of mastering it. Maybe you really enjoy reading. There's a lot of different ways that you can express your thoughts, especially writing. I mean, if you're a good reader, if you're a good writer, you have to be a good reader. I've never seen an example of somebody who's a good writer who just doesn't read other people's stuff. So, you know, if you love reading, maybe writing is the way to do it. There's a lot of different things to do, and in the end, the passion that you have, the fact that it's something that you really would be doing no matter what, even if like nobody was watching you, if nobody was reading your blog, nobody was looking at your YouTube, nobody was visiting your stream, that you'd still keep doing it no matter what. That's going to push you through that pain period where it feels like you're never gaining traction. and you're going to build up your set of skills, and the mistakes that you make are going to be made when either your most dedicated audience is there or when nobody's there to watch it. And you're going to build up your skill. You're going to build up that little library in your head of what makes a good show or what makes a good podcast or what makes a good, you know, story or something like that. And then one day you're going to wake up and you're going to realize, I actually know something about this now. And hopefully, again, your passion will continue, and you're not going to be content to just be good, but you're going to aspire to get even better and become one of the best. And, you know, it's not an easy process of discovery. There's a lot of things that you can potentially do. Maybe you want to be a game designer. Maybe you don't even want to be a video game designer. Maybe you want to do board games. There's a lot of different things that you can do with your time. And so the biggest thing is to you know, it's Polonius's advice to his son: to thine own self be true. It's very easy to put on airs, and, you know, I really like Man vs. Game, so I want to be, you know, just like Man vs. Game. Well, it's, you know, why be a second-rate Man vs. Game when you can be a first-rate T. Clark or Username Intensifies or El Canoe or whatever. So some food for thought, hopefully. I know I'm bleeding viewers on this, but whatever. If you don't like it, fuck off. Yeah, that's kind of what I have to say about the streaming thing. Please insert your Woojing employee identification card. Multi-personnel pass accepted. Access granted. Welcome, Mr. C-Pang. Have a nice evening. The terminal emits a chirp of recognition. Everything checks out here. Thanks. System Shock versus game. God, what would that be like? You can see me on like my first Dark Souls +++ runs, like, you gotta be fucking kidding me! There's no way you can beat that thing without armor! Every hobbit must be doing cheats, come on, man! The pristine, hyper-sterilized office glistens as if every surface has been polished. Your client has requested that this area be manipulated as subtly as possible, so as not to draw attention away from the temple. The true defacement will happen there, distracting Woojing's security. Hopefully they won't discover the disrupted chi flow on this floor for weeks. You know, Jeff, so, I mean, I'm the last person who can give advice in terms of how to become successful on Twitch, but there's unfortunately the way that they have structured Twitch, there is no guarantee that quality will mean success. I know that sounds like the sort of thing that somebody with like a small viewer count sort of says. So I have to be a little careful in how I say that. But like, part of it's networking, yes. Part of it is being at the right place at the right time. So I mean, a perfect example, right? The only time that I've hit 100. Have a great one, El Canoe. It was a lot of fun having you in chat. Thanks for stopping by, and I'm looking forward to catching another one of your casts. Again, I hope your American adventure has been worth it. Oh no, I hope everything's okay with the wife too. So. But yeah, I mean, it's the biggest thing is that, you know, you should be I mean, so this is the big thing, right? Okay, Twitch survives convincing a lot of people that, you know, becoming partnered is the most important thing in the world. I've beaten Dark Souls Username Intensifies. We're partway through Dark Souls 2 now. they, you know, they get so much free content that they turn around and turn into advertising revenue or Twitch Turbo revenue or anything like that. This, by the way, so, well, I did Dark Souls on, Twitch. The first part of Dark Souls 2 was on YouTube, but now that I've got 60 frames a second, I'll probably start doing that on Twitch now. But yeah, so I mean, they get to sell advertising, they get to sell Twitch Turbo, they get to sell Amazon Prime. There's a bunch of stuff that they sell on the basis of the fact that morons like me are going to turn on their machines and they're going to give them free content. And I mean, this is where you guys are, so this is why I'm here, right? But they're able to do this because they've sold people this story that, you know, partnership will define you as a human being. All satisfaction flows from becoming a Twitch partner. I'm sure you can talk to a lot of recently christened and not so recently christened partners, and they'll tell you exactly how rewarding partnership is. It's, you know, it's like acting or you know, any other kind of creative profession, that there's a lot of there's a lot of money for a small sliver at the very top, and there's space for a few people to get by, and then there's a lot of people who are all sort of like scrambling for the bottom. Whether or not I achieve partnership is sort of beside it, and honestly guys, I don't like Twitch that much. So if you want to turn your ad blocker on, if you don't have an ad blocker, go get one and turn it on. I don't care if this platform doesn't make a cent off of me. Especially from the number of times that I've had to sort of reorganize the way I do my stream to satisfy their extremely arbitrary rules. I owe them absolutely nothing. And it's why I prefer doing stuff like direct donations and GOG, because it's a much more legitimate way of somebody either saying, it's like, hey, you know what, I like your stuff, here's a coin in the hat, you have entertained me, sir, you are worth this much. Or, hey, you know what, this looks like a cool game, I think I'm gonna buy it. Of course I'll make sure a little bit of that goes into your pocket. You know, it's the same price for me. But yeah, like, I'd really like to be at least some part of this antidote to this idea that Twitch partnership is so important. It's not. There's so much more you can do with your life. And again, you know, for some people, you know, this is the thing that they're the best at. So, and more power to them. But like, honestly, Twitch is a very, very minor thing. And I just think, again, I understand why Twitch's heart and soul is built on this idea that you too could be a partner one day, and if you work hard enough and you make us happy enough, you know, we'll give you that label. But I definitely think people should focus on putting on a good show. If Twitch dies tomorrow, I'll just go to some other streaming platform, and I hope you guys, you know, would join me there. I'm just gonna keep making the stuff that makes, you know, that I'm satisfied with. And whether or not I do so with the permission of a streaming platform or not is entirely beside the point. Of course, I'm lucky. I have a job that, you know, it covers my essentials. And so with that in mind, right, I don't need to worry about making the bills. I don't think W. Shan could afford to be as, you know, as flip as I am, because, you know, he's the sole breadwinner now, and his sort of domestic unit, and I mean, he puts on a hell of a show, but there's definitely a very clear financial imperative. You know, if your rent's relying on it, yeah, you want to make sure you're playing something that people want to watch. Now, I mean, he could set his, I genuinely believe that he could do very well on most things that he sets his mind to, and for some reason he's decided that Twitch is the way to go on that. But yeah, there's a lot of different things that people can do with their time, and again, I think it's sometimes damaging that Twitch will convince so many people who are already spending their times on kind of a sedentary and not necessarily like, I mean, I like gaming, but it's, you want to keep that, you want to make sure you have a life outside of gaming so that you can have something to bring yourself through, right? You want to have some personality that you can bring to the cast. If the only thing that you do is gaming, if all that you know about life is from video games, then in the end you're going to be indistinguishable from everybody else who lives their life that way. And so, you know, when people talk about, you know, whether they missed the networking phase or you could only have done well early on, I mean, in the end, I think it's important just to focus on the stuff that's you, that's about you. And if you have 5 people watch you, or if you have 5 million people watch you, in the end, you can at least be proud of the product that you put out there. And I think that's the more important thing. You know, I would like it if I can, you know, hit the stop streaming button and I can say, you know what, I killed it tonight. And, you know, and I feel really good. Jess knows when I have those evenings. She's usually the one who has to hear me saying, like, wasn't I great tonight? Anyways. The generator rests unguarded before you. A shock to the system could compromise the computer mainframe it powers. I need to find a code. By the way, again, for the guys who are here because of Shadowrun, I do apologize that this has turned into a few more monologues than I had kind of intended, but tell you what, as a reward, because it looks like I'm probably not going to have some dialogue for a little while, for the next little bit, I'm gonna maybe I should use my southern gentleman voice, and I would be very happy to read chat's comments for the next few minutes. I rather regret that Elkanu's not here to hear this fine example of American dialect. Well, would you look at that? It's a cheek point. Woodfall says, don't anger the Chi. He have a heavy right hand to punch back. Kintara666 says, oh my, how delightful. Rogusage says, BRB, need to fab. Well, if you need anything to help your material, Rogusage, you know my voice is always available. Jeff says, being born and raised in Florida, you can tell that this is a fake accent. Well, you know what, Jeff? Maybe them Florida accents are the fake ones. Did you ever think of that, motherfucker? Well, tonight we have a very special opportunity. We can show you what happens when Gobbet uses her rat totem. I just stole your spirit. Unfortunately, 71 won't be able to get his haste, and so Gobbet must take the opportunity to... Rogusage says, oh my, I do believe I'm getting the vapors. Perhaps that wasn't as suave as you were hoping for. I apologize, chat. Sometimes the vapors just take a hold of me. Jessica says, ha 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 ha. And Jeff says, ha 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 ha. MindGod wants to know, what does No Shave November? And Jessica says, please tip to System Chalk so we can afford to visit you in person and do this voice. You may do so at http https://twitch.streamlabs.com/systemchalk. Jesse Quill says No Shave November is an advocacy awareness campaign for men's prostate cancer. And MindGod says 915 says, what's a prostate? And I say to MindGod 915, if you're a very good boy, you will meet a very kind doctor who will assist you in finding such a part in your body. And you will know what the prostate is when he finds it, believe me. My God, my lines are hilarious regardless of your gender. Alright, so I'm trying to figure out... you know what? We bought the expensive rifle for a reason, chat. Suppressive fire! God, I love that gun. Let's hold off for a second. Let's see what we can get our other elemental to do. I think it's just a move turn, unfortunately. Well... maybe I can try an Overwatch? No, I don't. Overwatch would be a dumb choice here. See if we can get maybe Isabel to flesh this thing out. Oh yeah, I forgot. Raktor. Alright. As always, we'll strip the armor if we can. I think all I can really do is just put Raktor in a slightly better position. But it does mean that now 71 takes advantage of the fact that the Water Spirit is now out in the open, and that its armor is damaged. So as tempting as it would be to do the full auto fire, the 10% improvement I think is going to do a little bit more as far as damage is concerned. Boom. Alright, so I guess now we gotta clean up the bound elementals. I don't think I can get an overclock from here. Nope. Can I do anything from here? Nope. Kashi, do us proud. Kashi, do us proud. Ooh. Let's save Raktor for last. There is a side of me... Oh, hang on. There are no dragon... That's actually a little strange that there's no dragon lines here. So I could flesh the target out. Yeah, actually, I don't have something to strip armor. Well, okay, no. First thing we're going to do is we're going to give 71 some haste. her aim accuracy just went up, so that gives us a few more options. I could actually do the Rad Totem again. It feels like a little bit of a waste though, so let's think about... Okay, so I could do a Spray and Pray. Well, that doesn't make any sense because there's no adjacent characters. I think what we'll do is we'll set my man up for success. So let's take advantage of Flush Target. Isabelle's up next. I don't think there's a good way... Well... Let's try for it. We'll do a steady shot. Cool. We'll see if 71 can bring this home now that we've flushed him out of cover. Very satisfying. Alright. I think we'll just take advantage of a little bit of movement. Yeah, Rogue Usagi, I definitely, when you can, I definitely recommend checking out Dragonfall. It's, at any price, even if you don't get it on sale, it's worth it. Kashai's petrified. Sorry. Petrified. Let's try for a full flush. Ooh, it's a little damage to Kashai, but it had the intended effect, so we'll continue on. Oh god, I'm using the wild one. That's why I'm screwing everything up. Alright, this should be easy. Nice. Jessica Will says that like she hasn't. It's a really cool little thing that they did there to have sort of spirits show up because you're meddling with the primal forces of nature. Alright, a rack of safe boxes rests against the wall. Let's just manipulate the lock and force it open. The box pops open, revealing a few cred sticks. We are no longer destitute. Light and dark balance is key to maintain good chi. Gain a temple access card. Notes are stacked neatly around, ordered and clear. The number is circled several times on one sheet, 8484. You guys should hear that message that I just got. I'll tell you what, chat. I will read the private messages that I have been receiving. If a sufficient target for donations come through. And I will also speak them in this voice. Why am I now getting so many more of these private messages? Prototype weapon sits locked in a stand. Its locking mechanisms are seemingly tied into... Oh no. Wuzheng Research Terminal main menu. Welcome user. Please select from the following options. Several folders appear in the second window below the first. Only a couple look useful. Search the floor plan documents. Amidst the documents, a few nuggets of information stand out. A section dedicated to the Wujing building's qi details, the geomancy plans, and the renovations they've made to increase qi flow. It appears that Wujing's already made hundreds off of minuscule and a handful of not-so-minuscule adjustments to its floor plans and building infrastructure. A recently updated file marks its project to add new water lines for the temple's fountain is complete. The document ends with a large list of future modifications that the company is queued for completion, all ways to improve its positive energy output. Wujing Research Terminal main menu. Welcome user. Please select from the following options. Read the weapons manual and specifications. You click on the folder and a large repository of files containing Wujing research projects pops up. One section is labeled with symbols similar to the markings of the weapon just a few feet from you. A quick scan of the data reveals information on the weapon and the lab setup. Unfortunately, I am neither pistol enough nor intelligent enough to figure out what's going on here. Go back. Wait a minute, I lost a follower at some point along the way. Are you not entertained? Guess not. Just play the game, man. Nobody wants to hear your opinions. Stream sucks. I followed because of the intense gameplay. Probably felt too mansplained to. Maybe they unfollowed when I decided to start making loud noises after speaking to you softly. Password confirmed, system access no granted. Choose an action. Gobbet shuffles nervously. Alright, I'm calling it. We've thoroughly disrupted the balance of chi, and Rat's feeling pretty antsy here with all these energy shifts. Let's hit the temple statue and get out. Can you unfollow me for not doing that enough? Why, Jesse Quill, you can unfollow me whenever you want.
And I will never forgive you!
Chi is becoming more and more turbulent and has reached a point where its churning energy has a physical manifestation visible in the atrium. The disruptions are working. Let's just run around one more. Oh, actually, by the way, Jesse Quill, if you would like me to read... if you would like me to read that exceptional exchange someday, maybe we can do like... So obviously I can't do reading on the channel, but maybe like in the Discord at the end or something like that, we'll have like a private reading. And I can share... Wait, Jesse Quill, weren't the magic words, please release me from this pact, Mr. T? Hey, Rashern, thank you very much for that host. I don't know if he's in here, but Rashern's actually somebody I got to know through Kitch22's stream. And I always keep talking. Hey, there's the man. How you doing, Rashern? I am quite well. We're enjoying some Shadowrun Hong Kong. Actually, what we're enjoying is my thoughts on life extended and spoken to you violently and without mercy. Yeah, I'd love a shout-out command for Rashern if we can. Rashern, actually, I kind of got to know basically through the... mostly through... I'd say... I hope I'm not mischaracterizing this, but mostly through the sort of like the casters section on that community. And I posted a couple. So I mean, this is the big thing, right? Is that I'm nothing if not opinionated, and some people react well to it, other people react quite poorly. And Rashern was somebody who was very consistently supportive of the feedback that I would offer inside of that. It's a rare thing sometimes to have somebody, you know, weigh the words that you put some effort into. It's gonna tell us what's going on, or do we? Nope. So the nice thing is, again, Gobbet is basically invented for this mission. She just completely dominates everything. So I'm going to take a really big risk with her. I'm actually going to put her right on that dragon line. And these are all really tempting spirits to take. But let's go for the Y in God's... Okay, yeah, let's go for the water spirit. And we will strip the nature spirit of its armor. So again, the idea here is to try and take as many pieces off the board as we can. In this case, I gave up the extra action on 71 because this is going to be able to remove one enemy, and then the follow-up attacks are going to go to the next part, or going to take us sort of to the next level. What I think I'm going to do here now is I'm going to do my good old overclock on Kashai. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to send Kashai in on the bound nature spirit. It's mostly because I want my melee attacker to sort of be in between the two units, and then we'll see if maybe we can use 71 and Isabel to take the bound air spirit on range. It's a little bit of a problem with that because in the end they are going to get a cover bonus, but I think this is a little bit better use of Kashai's movement. Oh, it's wonderful, Rasher. Now, have you played any of the other Shadowrun games? By the way, the one thing I don't like about this strategy is I don't get the chance to rip and tear the bound earth spirit, but again, I'm not letting that change my strategy. Yeah, so this was the right call. I think we're just going to put Raktor into cover. And we'll let Isabel... Nice, we can get her behind cover and only use one turn, so hopefully she can still... Yep, she can still flank. So we're going to take advantage of a little bleed damage on the air spirit. Immune to bleeding. Well, so much for that. I think the right call in this case is just to let her rip on the air spirit. Cool, so now we only have one enemy to deal with. Well, I might as well... Well, okay, let's see what happens if I set up for Overwatch. Turns out there are more enemies for me to worry about, so... it's only stolen for one more turn, so what we're going to do is we're going to put this in a position which is a good... Actually, let's just take advantage of the powers, because he's still going to be exposed no matter what. Let's just do the maximum damage we can. I think we use Isabel next. We will go for the headshot first. Try and do a double tap. 70% isn't the best. Yeah, so we lost everything there. And then we'll just... Okay. Again, this is the armor stripping paying off. The ideal situation would be if Raktor can actually finish this off, but he's not that great of a shot, so we'll try and take advantage of it. It's unlikely it's going to work. Yeah, so in this case I actually want 71 to just to use the minimum amount possible to take this thing down. There we go. So now we're going to be able to go after the water elemental on its own. So again, we will Go to control mode. Overclock. Strip the armor. Ah, damn it. You should have specified, heard so many good things about Shadowrun as a whole, never ran across it though. So I'll actually let you know, Rashern, so we were talking about this a little bit. I have a potential affiliate relationship coming up. Alright, I think in this case we're gonna punt and do the stable. So, for people who would be interested in sort of supporting the cast financially and are considering buying this game, there's a fairly strong possibility that I will have an affiliate link that people will be able to use to purchase this game within the next couple of days. If you just can't wait or you're interested, I should let you know that this game is currently on sale on GOG, but it's absolutely worth it. The entire trilogy is worth it, and they get better each game. So if you want to play all three, I would recommend starting with Shadowrun Returns, knowing that Shadowrun Dragonfall and Shadowrun Hong Kong get even better. But whether you buy it through the affiliate link or whether you just buy it on your own, it's at a very handsome discount on GOG.com right now. And I definitely say it's worth it. The Shadowrun series is one of my highest recommendations, both in terms of the quality of the development team, but also in terms of the quality of the game. And the other thing too, if you like XCOM style games or you like, you like computer RPGs, this is one of the best examples that you can find of this particular genre. I just can't say enough good things about it, honestly. Alright, let's just try and maximize the damage. There we go. Alright, so let's see if there's some more ways we can disrupt the chi. I really want to get that 100% if I can. Well, that's, I think that's everybody's experience of XCOM Rashern. So, as you can see, the combat is a bit XCOM-ish, so that's a nice feature. And then, on top of that, oh, we gotta be able to disrupt the chess set. No! This game sucks. Adding to the tactical elements, you have this absolutely incredible story behind all of these games. So there's a reason they are among my my highest recommendations. I really can't say enough good things about them. And again, they continue to get better. Harebrained Schemes is a really interesting development company on their own, but they really just continue to build on the strengths of the series, which I think is one of the most rewarding parts of playing it. I think in this case I'm just going to let Raktor fire his pistol, unless it's like a comically low to hit. Yeah. What's it going to cost? It's going to cost me 3 to go onto the big line. Let's see if we can wrap this up. So, no line of sight for 71. It's going to cost me 2 to move. Well, let's see what I can do with this. Okay, can definitely open fire, so let's get Gobbet to move into cover and set him up with some haste. And what can Isabel do about this? We'll give her a little bit of cover, and we'll get a double tap off. You suck. So what you heard was that Shadowrun was amazing, but the series died before its time due to it being a little too unknown. Are you talking about this particular series? Because this is going strong. The Shadowrun Returns sold well. It was a Kickstarter project. Shadowrun Dragonfall was DLC for it that was so big and so good it became a standalone game. It really eclipsed the original. And Shadowrun Hong Kong, this current game, the Kickstarter started off with them saying, we're making this game no matter what, and the Kickstarter is just to keep adding extra features to it, which is why we have a much better matrix than in the previous games. So this series is actually going very successfully. The pen and paper game, FASA sort of closed up shop. And it just kind of became something that licensed its IP, which is why they needed to buy the rights back from Microsoft to make... Definitely to make Shadowrun. I believe they also had to buy the rights back from Microsoft to make Battletech. I know Piranha Games needed to do that to make MechWarrior. Is there really no other place that I can... I have a feeling like once I disrupt the statue, that's it. Aha! You know, everybody keeps talking, you know, crap about MechWarrior Online. I legitimately enjoy that game, and I will admit I've now spent money on it. And the game is not cheap, but I really don't get this pay-to-win complaint about it. There have been multiple people who've come into this chat and actually have said it's pay-to-win. It's just... that has not been my experience of the game. You know, I understand that people feel very, very strongly about that, but I just can't, I can't bring myself to come on board with that. I'm not going to say there aren't advantages to spending money in the game, of course, but... and I mean, the big thing for me is that I think MechWarrior Online sort of relies on the nostalgia of the original board game to maybe get away with some prices that might be higher than most people would be willing to tolerate in such a game. But I don't know. I've had a good time. Hey, we did do 100%. Cool. So now we need to escape the Wujing Sky Tower. Clearly, we will not face resistance as we do this, right? Alright, so now we need to eliminate the Wujing Geomantic Society, even though I don't know they're coming. Oh, oh. Oh wow, they're really just... Alright. Easy enough. they're in what I'll call Koshai distance. A well-dressed man steps forward, his peers staring smugly in your direction. His clothes are smart and clearly expensive, but the lack of typical padding worn by guards and thugs. A quick look at his associates reveals the same style. Mages. Yeah, that's a very fair comparison, Pie of Reckoning. On behalf of Wujing Incorporated, we've been instructed to prevent your further vandalizing of the company's property and assets. However, they never specified how, so I vote we do this the easy way. The mage motions to you with a flick of his wrist. Leave no survivors. That's fantastic, Rashern. So, have you played MechWarrior Online? If you liked BattleTech, I definitely wait for the Harebrained Schemes BattleTech game to come out. But if you like a slightly more tactically oriented first-person shooter, for me, I really do find it worth it. But again, with that in mind, I might just be like a I might just be a shill for Piranha. Ractor, you are the weakest link. I think I'm just gonna get Isabel to... I do need her behind cover. There's no way I'm gonna be able to wrap all this up, but I'm just gonna get her to work her magic on the closest one. Unfortunately, I've left Gobbet in the compromised position. God. Honestly, the smart thing to do here is to give 71 haste. Now some of that's going to be wasted by getting to a new position, which kind of sucks. Oh, no, I don't need to do that, actually. There's still room behind the wall here. Alright, 71, do us proud. Yeah, that's how we fix our problems in this. Get Koshai. No, you know what? Let's get Raktor to do stuff first. I don't think this is going to be enough. Yeah, it sucks. What about Gobbet? Honestly, I do think... Oh, God. They're all so clustered up, but... Okay, so here's the big thing. There's not a lot of spells that I'm going to be casting anymore, so what I should be doing, I should be using her for proper combat. There we go. So now the real question... Okay, so Koshai... I think we'll take advantage of the person in the open. Oh, you know what? I should have, I actually should have done the stun. Okay, Gobbet will finish her off, if she can. Close. So what does Isabel do? Again, double taps. Woo! I never got to play MechWarrior Tactics, actually. Your Kintara 666 last experience with the universe was old MechWarrior Mercenaries. That and the old defunct. I played the CCG. I don't think I know about MechWarrior Mercenaries, though. Alright, I'm going to use the aimed shot just because, let's face it, I'm not going to have another opportunity to use it. And... yeah. Achievement unlocked. Don't conserve ammo. Alright, so now we escape the tower. As you reach for the elevator's control panel, you can feel the electric sensation of the chi dancing across your skin. This feeling is noticeable to those not even magically attuned. The disruption here is that strong. Behind you, the trapped and turbulent chi swirls inside the iconic Sky Tower atrium. You can actually see the air around the atrium wrap and ebb as the chi surges and breaks against the obstacles around it, looking for a way to move, to flow, and finding none. The job is done. You've desecrated the Wujing Lotus, and in doing so blemished the prideful face of a megacore. I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen or felt chi this way. I imagine this is what it must feel like to be an attuned person in the walled city. She shudders. It must be unbearable. The elevator arrives at the temple. Time to duck out at the back door before security can respond further. Wujing won't know what hit them. The embarrassment of their own mantic science turned against them will sit unfavorably on the tongues of Wujing executives, and maybe even get a few people terminated. They'll know it wasn't just the building you battered that sent a message. Everyone has a weakness that can be exploited. The change in feng shui could keep them spinning for months. The complete disruption of their qi and the destruction of their temple will cripple the energy that this branch of the company. And with Wujing focus on restoring their temple, it'll be a long time before they discover the full extent of your assault. Alright, so we've put this off long enough. We have to hear Kindly Cheng's information. I may not go on the run resulting from this. Because I am sort of at my time. Just a second here. just need to send something off real quick. Well, again, I'm not going to make any promises. Let's see what we have available, and I will do my best, but I do kind of need to get some sleep. It's a challenge, right? Because this is usually around the time I actually get some fairly decent numbers. It's a little bit closer to the time that I would have streamed at in Vancouver. Unfortunately, because I've moved to Ontario, it's 3 hours ahead. So, what is it now? 1:30. So I mean, it'd be 10 o'clock. Like, I'd probably, if I was late at school, I would just be getting started. Whereas now, I'm definitely streaming at some very saturated hours. So I do like going late, but it's I mean, there's a certain point where, like, if I've been doing a game which has a lot of dialogue and I go beyond 4 hours, I always have the feeling at the end that I should have quit while I was ahead. And that's actually twofold. So one, it's more about my mental state at the end of the stream, but it's also about my inclination to play the game again. So, like, if I finish on a high note on a game like this, I usually want to play it again the next day or quickly after that. Whereas if I sort of wear out my welcome on this, I try to force it to go a little bit longer because, like, let's say I've got a high number of views or something like that. I tend to notice I run out of steam and I find it a little bit easier to ignore for a bit longer. So the fact that I've had a big break on Shadowrun Hong Kong doesn't actually mean... I had the same thing with Shadowrun Dragonfall. It's a little bit more of a function in terms of my, I guess my streaming stamina, if I'm completely honest. It has nothing to do with the games. They're actually some of my favorites. But yeah, it's definitely a mental thing. Open the jobs directory. Claimed payment for the Wuzheng sabotage run. You submit the job as finished and await the response. A few minutes later, the message pops onto the screen. For Kindly Sheng. A little bird whispered in my ear that Wuzheng's fortunes are already failing. Their stock value dropped by 2% already. The client finds this to be an acceptable indication of your success, and I forwarded payment. I've attached your cut to this email. And I keep missing the amount because I'm always reading the chat. Alright, let's take a look at pending jobs. Nothing? Active jobs, nothing. Shadowland BBS. Search for keywords, nothing. And let's post the logistical data. So we have put up the Wuzheng Man Fest. Alright, what did we get paid? This is actually a pretty easy run, all told. 2351. Well, let's see if I can foolishly spend this on cyberware. I should actually conserve a little bit more of my cash, seeing as bribery is very helpful. But let's just do a little window shopping. Never hurt anybody. I don't believe I have Pie of Reckoning. I own Reaper's Due, but I haven't actually played it. May interest you to know Mondays have become my new Grand Strategy Day. So we finished a run of Nationalist Spain as a fascist nation. And we're now doing Stellaris. And actually Stellaris wound up being very successful. So Paradox hooked me up with a copy of the Leviathans DLC. And it's pretty good stuff. I've been really enjoying it. All right. So I can afford my Super Thyroid. I guess the big one on this one is I want to hold back and see if I can get something better for body. So like it's between these two, and I feel like the Super Thyroid is the one to go for. But see if I can. We'll see if we get something after the next run. All right, so no point in spending the money here because I'd be buying an inferior product. I think it's weird. The Universal Omnitech Cyberleg Alpha is, in my view, strictly better. Oh, you know what? It's probably because the essence cost is lower for the enhanced articulation that it costs a little bit more. Because I think, like, for me, the Universal Omnitech Cyberleg is just better, and I would want 2 of them. But that's $6,000, so I think it's probably better for me to just sit back and see what's available next run. Alright, we can finally advance the plot. I was actually thinking of doing political... So Political Animals was one I was given a key for. I really do want to cover that game. 1, because of personal interest, but 2, because they gave me a key to play the game with. But it's hard. Like, Shadowrun really eclipses everything for me, so... maybe Monday or Sunday? We'll see what we can do with that. I don't regret doing Shadowrun at all, though. It's such a good game. Kindly Cheng is in the midst of emptying 2 plastic shopping bags when you enter. She places the contents in a pile on her mahjong table. 2 liquor bottles without labels, a box of her thin black cigars, an assortment of individually wrapped gourmet chocolates, and a large caliber pistol with electrical tape wrapped around its grip. Ah, good, you're here. She finishes with the plastic bags and throws them to the floor. It seems like forever since we saw each other. Welcome back. Was your trip worthwhile? Her voice is filled with rusty energy. Yes, my darling, yes. I met with several contacts within my network who referred me to others in neighboring cities. Regardless of how far technology moves forward, tradition demands that some things be handled face to face. I've returned with information that will lead you to the plastic-faced man, the man who killed Raymond Black. Excellent. While you were gone, we uncovered the relationship between Josephine Tseng and Raymond Black. By the way, I don't actually think Raymond is dead, but Kindly Cheng will probably not react well to that, so... The Triad Woman's eyes narrow. Did you? And what was it you uncovered? The man who raised us isn't Raymond Black. He's Edward Tsang, the son of Josephine Tsang. You were raised by Josephine's son? Her brow furrows. This explains where Edward went when he disappeared in Seattle. Or sorry, this explains where Edward went when he disappeared years ago. Seattle. Any idea why he disappeared? No. He just went missing after Josephine completed rebuilding the walled city. This was in the early 30s. Her face twists into a mask of disgust. You realize what this means, don't you, my sweet? That inbred little goat whore was cold enough to leave her own son, have her own son executed. Even more reason to find the plastic-faced man. What have you found out? Oh, no problem, Rogue Usagi. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks a lot. And yeah, Jessica, well, I mean, it's so good. I mean, it is something of a regret that you don't do it on cast, and I do sort of agree. I'm not entirely sure your audience would appreciate it, but there'd just be something really wonderful to share that experience of you to encounter those plot points for the first time and see your reactions. Alright, even more reason to find the plastic-faced man. What have you found out? Everything you need to move forward. She grabs a bottle and opens it. I know the identity of the plastic-faced man. His name is Li Tai Lung, and he's an independent contractor. A trusted, deniable asset who handles all of Josephine Sang's more delicate operations, off the books and away from public eye. The plastic-faced man is her shadowy right hand outside of the corporation. Cheng doesn't bother with a glass. She takes a long pull off the stinking bottle and wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. And I know how to find him too. I've made contact with an information broker, Zhao Ji, who works out of an abandoned night market in Shep Kip Mai called the Xing House Court. It's not hard to find. She takes another pull on the bottle. Zhao Ji has gained access to the plastic-faced man's complete itinerary, where he'll be, who he'll be with, and what sort of security he'll have. The works. She grins, glassy-eyed. You can use it to perform an extraction. Grab him, and find out what he knows. Did you find out why Li has a face made of plastic? It's not just his face. Li Tai Lung's entire skull is synthetic. He's designed himself to be the perfect corporate operative. He's installed a unique piece of headwear, you see. It allocates and compartmentalizes client-related memories so that they can be erased upon completion of a job. As an added security measure, this cortical implant will wipe his memory if it detects that he's been captured. So we need a way to circumvent the implant. Jesus Christ, Jessica. Exactly. Unless you can find a way around the cortical implant, you'll have no way to extract the information that he has to figure out what happened to Raymond Black. She circles the mouth of the bottle with her finger. Now, I've done my part in this, my darling. You need to find a way to neutralize that device. Isabel interjects, her voice breaking slightly as she speaks. I know a way. I've heard of something like this before. I met someone in the Matrix who has to shirk a similar memory wipe implant once. It was a requirement for a big job, and she pulled it off. Keep talking. Her handle is Dreamland, and I know where to find her. All we have to do is convince her to give up the secret and of how she did it. Okay, Isabel. I'll go and see Dreamland before we hit the information broker, and then we grab the plastic-faced man. No matter who you choose to help snatch this guy, I'm going to be there when you extract the information from him about Raymond. Wu crosses his arm across his chest. His chests? He has multiple chests? And tilts his head towards you. You got it, Gustav? We should all be there. Gobbet's eyebrows arc high. I know that I want to see this. Very good, my darlings. Now listen to me. After you get what you need from the plastic-faced man, I want you to end him. You understand? The Triad boss taps the table with her finger. I need to send a very clear message that this is what happens when you mess with Kindly Cheng's operations, with Kindly Cheng's people. Josephine takes Nightjar. I take her plastic-faced man. Alright, have a great sleep, Rashern. We probably won't be playing for this too much longer, but it was really great to have you in the chat. Again, guys, if you haven't checked out Rashern, somebody who I really don't spend enough time in his cast for, but definitely if you want somebody who, like I said, there have been some times in that chat where I feel it's not worth it to bring up some of that stuff, and it is something where I try and help people out. Rashern is one of the people who actually kept me contributing to that for as long as I did. So, have a great one. Once you snatch the plastic-faced man, Sang will know something is happening, and events will unfold very quickly after that. You'd best close out any pressing business you have before heading to Shep Kip Mei to see Zhao Ji. Do you understand? So this means I should be buying my cyberware. Once I snatch... let's just take a look. I get it. Once we set the ball rolling on this, there's no turning back. That's right, my darling. No more side jobs and no more dalliances. Kindly Cheng raps on the mahjong table with an imitation ivory tile. Be sure that your affairs are in order before you head to see the information broker. Okay, cool. So this is basically the game telling us, you know, make sure you finish the stuff you want to get cash for. It may not be... Well, remember, Jesse Quill, would you say the same thing about Dragonfall? Because it feels to me like there was actually quite a bit of content after you hit the point of no return. I'm kind of curious if there's more dialogue options. It definitely feels like there's some more... Yeah, it definitely feels like there's some loose ends that we can wrap up in this story. And it may all be in this final area, but I have a feeling what's going to happen is we're just going to stop the side missions and instead we're going to be moving on to... Yes, that is absolutely true, Jesse Quill. So... Yep. So basically, I think the thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to spend a little money. I think we will go for the new thyroid. You know, it's something I would be happy enough to stay... I can be happy, something I'm happy enough to stay with, even if a better one came up. And if we get the extra money for the legs, great. If not, then we've sort of maxed out my character as far as he can go. This is definitely a pretty good setup that I have for him already, so... So keeping in mind that we've got 18 karma that we can spend, some pretty solid stats. The MTR doors open as you approach. Go meet with Dreamland and see what she knows. The tenement that Dreamland lives in smells of mold and desperation. The people living here are the kind who don't want to be found. Okay, this is the right place, 71. Emily should be in the first apartment. Is she dangerous? She shouldn't be. Emily's a Decker, yes, but she's really into more programming than she is violence. Her handle is Dreamland, after all. She quit running last year, something about some sort of activist activity that she used to be into, and a bunch of big money execs who are holding a grudge. Emily's from Berlin, but she moved to Hong Kong after the F-State collapsed. The Schockwillenreiter, that's a group that she worked for, were supposed to protect her. But they've got their own problems to deal with now. I guess she decided that she'd be safer on her own. I heard about the fall of the F-State. Sounded like chaos. That's what I heard too. An experiment is a sustained institutional anarchy? Great environment for a Shadowrunner, but it ended up just like communism did, another pipe dream. The German government gave the corporations the go-ahead to invade, and they forced the anarchists to retreat in the eastern part of the city. Now Berlin's run by the Corps, just like Hong Kong. Corps, just like Hong Kong. But they'll wind up building a wall again. Wouldn't put it past them. Anything we should know about before we talk to Dreamland? No clue, really. I've never met her in Meat Space. Just be your charming self, I guess. I'm sure that everything will work out just fine. See what I can do with my karma. So I gotta think, should I do corporate or security? I think in this case I'm going to say that I'm primarily interested in the kind of etiquette that will advance me with my potential contacts. So in this case, gang, socialite, Shadowrunner are going to be the sort of spheres in which I operate, and so corporate will be the final piece in that puzzle. Hey, Flemton Klepto, thank you for the host. We're actually going to be wrapping up relatively soon, so thank you though. The apartment is no better than the hallway. Empty fast food cups and packages of dried snack food are strewn about the room. In the corner, a box of cat litter sits filled to overflowing. You don't see any cats. There's a patched-together Matrix terminal sitting on a stack of crates, connected to a banged-up cyberdeck. Within arm's reach of the cyberdeck is a 20-something woman with pale white skin, dirty blonde hair, and a bleak expression. Emily looks at the deck slung across Isabel's back. It's your Isabel, huh? I didn't expect... A dwarf? Isabel coughs nervously. Yeah, I get that a lot. I didn't expect you to be so pretty. The woman has a soft German... Oh, sorry. No, I didn't expect you to be so pretty. Sorry. Soft German accent and a dour expression. Let me just think. I didn't expect you to be so pretty. That's not really German. I should never have agreed to this, Isabel. She groans. I should never have responded to your message. The oligarch swine who have been hunting me find out where I am. Yeah, God, I don't... How do you do soft German accent?
Well, I could just abandon the woman's voice and go for the proper Teutonic accent. Hello, Jessica. Have you been in line with Angela Merkel's policies? Gott in Himmel, Jessica! Where's the goddammit? I should never have agreed to this, Isabel. I should never have responded to your message. The oligarch swine have been hunting me.
Sorry. I'm just gonna skip the German. They'll find out from us. Uh-huh. Emily searches your eyes with her own. You can see the intelligence in there, but it's hard to get past her sullen manner. This is the man I told you about. He needs the software that you developed to inhibit your cortical implant. He needs what? Her tone is sharp. Her eyes flash daggers at Isabel. I don't think I should be getting into this. This is Austria Sorry. I don't know if I could do Austria Schwarzenegger speaking. We all have different accents, but I used to be an adventurer like you. But then I took an L to the knee. Get down! There's a bomb! I need your help, Emily. That's great, 71. Now go away. I've got my own problems to deal with. She pulls out a near-empty pack of German cigarettes and lights the last one. In case you're not up on current events, I've got a kick line of mercs and bounty hunters after me. Messing around with the headwares... Oh, hang on. Yeah. So, messing around with headwares that the Schockwellenreiter installed in me is the last thing on my mind. So I could threaten her. I don't like the idea of threatening somebody, though. This is actually somebody I would want to be properly aligned with. Look, this is important. I need the software you created so I can find out what happened to my father. Leatu, thank you very much for that host. Your father, Maha? Sounds rough. Is he dead? I doubt it. At least I don't think he's dead yet. That's why this is important. She softens. Binza, or something like that. It's the ambiguity that'll kill you. She considers for a moment. Okay, give me a minute. Emily grabs her cyberdeck and jacks into it. Her jaw goes slack and her fingers hover over the keyboard, tapping keys at blinding speed. When she finishes, she jacks out and ejects a data stick from the deck. Here. She hands you the stick and the taser gun with the masking tape wrapped around the grip. Modify this taser and use it on your target. Zebolt should stop the memory wipe and process it before it starts. Thank you. Don't mention it, she sighs. I wish every problem had it that easy to solve. Neural inhibitor, a custom-made weapon. Usable at mid-range, deactivates the target's neural wipe and leaves them stunned. The effect lasts for 3 rounds to sedate the target. Sorry, the effect takes 3 rounds to sedate the target. Take. To the stash with you. Alright guys, I think that's a great spot to finish off with, because we're going to go into a big turning point in the story here. So, let me just take a quick look and see who is streaming tonight, because again, definitely a larger crowd than I'm used to, although maybe not so for Shadowrun. I actually think that's a fairly well well established and well regarded game. So let's, you know what, I'd like to host Kilgore Trout again, especially because he's doing a very story-oriented game himself, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords. So I'd love it if you guys could come along with me. We'll be raiding Kilgore. We do have a raid message. Actually, usually Jess will put it in there, so I'm going to hover over the keys. But yeah, it's actually a particular reason why I'd like to share Kilgore Trout tonight, because he is a member of the GOG's stream team, and it's how I got to know him. He does a fantastic job of it, and yeah, not a problem at all, Kintara. It was a pleasure doing it. Have a great evening yourself. But yeah, Kilgore Trout's a really entertaining caster. It turns out he's in the same province that I live in now. Does a great job with a lot of classic games. I mean, these are games that he played when they first came out. Has a great love of gaming, a lot of experience in it. Really fun caster to watch. Does also stream on the GOG.com channel, but tonight he is streaming on his own cast. More importantly, I know Jessie Quill really likes Knights of the Old Republic 2. She's a very big fan of the Knights of the KOTOR series, so she's spoken very highly of it. I will eventually do it myself, but for now I'm going to live vicariously through him. You've all been an absolutely wonderful audience, as always. I really like playing Shadowrun, and I really like the kind of people that it brings out. I will definitely be playing this to completion. Probably this will be a game that I sort of is my go-to one. I am going to do stuff in between, so Mondays will be grand strategy, and every once in a while I'll change it up, you know, play like a first-person shooter or Political Animals or something like that. But basically, I think Shadowrun's going to be a main game until we finish it up. And then after that, we can consider what our next step is going to be. But that's it for me tonight. I'd love to see you guys stop by Kilgore, drop that raid message inside there, let them know where you came from. And we will be back. I'll try to do at least one stream over the weekend, but failing that, I will see you guys Monday, most likely tomorrow, where we'll either do some more Shadowrun, some Political Animals, or maybe something a little bit different. I'll let you know on Twitter, as always. Have a good one, guys. We'll see you next time.